Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to Downtime in the Hangar. We've got a guest today, CaptainChad23,
How's it
Hey,
going?
and we're also joined by Gustav the 13th,
what's up?
GndmManiac,
Boo.
and GamingEmblem.
Sup?
And anyway, yeah, so this past week we've had ranked. So how was everybody's week?
God.
Who,
Well,
who
it was I guess I
It's something.
wants to go first?
first night was good. I went
Eh,
from what do you mean? The first
eh,
night was beautiful. I went support
eh.
and everybody protected me.
I
Like
say,
I
You
can
guys
even
are
first
pick
night
up
was
Bizarro Battle
fine.
Operation Land.
oh no.
But sorry, Chad, keep going. My experience is different day one, but keep going.
for me the day one was probably the best. Everybody was protecting the supports and everything. I never got hit by raid. In 4 matches I got hit by one raid. Every other time, I don't know why. Everybody was on any raid that came close to me. After that day, it went downhill. Sadly.
How did you place overall?
I got first in my bracket, but my bracket was like dead. Like the second closest to me was about 2,000 points away.
So wow, that
And
is a big gap.
Ooh,
yeah, in but in the world, our total I came in 2909. So it's all right.
That's good.
Oh
You got the
God, I
rewards.
muted on my own stream. I'm
Are
horrible.
you?
Oh, really?
Well, I'll take over. I'll take over while you fix that. Yeah, like everybody was like, "Oh, everyone was like, "Oh, the ranked event is awesome. Everyone's helping each other." Like you guys lived in
I'm good now.
bizarro battle operation world. Everything was awful day one. I actually didn't get my 10 wins out of the way until I don't think I got the 3 tokens day one. Let's just put it like that.
Oh
It was
wow.
really
Oof.
bad. Like I could not win a match to save my life day one. I like it obviously couldn't have been that bad. I think my top score, I think I ended up getting scraping 3 somehow, but like I definitely didn't get over 1200 points for all my 3 matches for sure. Like it was tough. Luckily my bracket was a bit sleepy at the beginning as well. But overall, like I never really got salty or anything like that. I ended up being on top of my bracket as well. I think I like 500 over second place by the end of the entire event for mine. So we did get all the nice little personal rewards. I think my overall rank was like 1,114 or something like that. So just barely, almost in top 1,000, but not quite there. But I mean,
It's
overall,
not bad.
overall, I did what I wanted, which was to survive.
Maniac, Gustav?
All right. Well, in the early matches, I actually didn't get much over like a couple thousand for mine. Um, that really fucked me in the end because I ended up getting beat out of the top three. Landed in fourth, so I only got the level 2 recon type and the stuff that comes along with that. Besides that, like the matches were kind of brutal. I did go super hard, like a couple days in, just because a couple other people were trying to stay in like the top 100 and stuff, and it was just good for like lengthier streams. So I know a couple students in there to a T. It doesn't really help much now because now people are starting to do stuff outside of the ranked meta again anyway. And I'm noticing that they're shying away from putting 350s out there unless they're in space, which is fair. I don't blame them for that. We don't need people having like hardcore rank flashbacks and like ripping everyone who wasn't in there to shreds.
I mean, there was like 2, I think, yesterday. So I was like, ooh, getting a little dangerous with these 350.
Let me just drop my cold disters in here.
Yeah, Maniac, how was your ranked life?
Honestly, it wasn't that bad. Like the bottom 3 in my bracket never touched the damn game. Uh,
Oh wow.
I landed in first of my group. and I think it was like 11,000 and some, or something like that. In terms of overall, I knew I wasn't that great, but I tried.
What was everybody aiming for the rank points per match?
Oh, I was just trying to stay up top.
So mine was just like in the beginning, it was at least get them all over 1,000. Then I realized that's not going to be anywhere near enough, so I was doing at least 12 or 13 by the end.
Mm.
If I could hit a 14, then like, props to me. But I wasn't reaching anything past that. That was kind of shitty.
I was trying to shoot for about at least 13s for everything, and that way I got over 4K total, and then I would try to get 14s as much as I could. That was kind of my goal.
Yeah. For me, I kept trying to do at least 1200s. I never managed at 1400. My highest was 1398, and I only managed that like once. But I also didn't have to compete as hard in my bracket compared to some of you guys, because mine definitely seemed more laid back. Lucky for me. So I didn't have to strive for those friggin' points that I barely could get.
My
Were you
bracket.
Emblem? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering what Emblem was going for points.
He's
Emblem?
Was he?
hello.
Is he having difficulties over there?
Uh-oh.
Well, he's muted right now.
Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Emblem.
Whoops. Well, here, I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead.
Don't walk into the light.
Oh my.
I'll
Also,
go
I
ahead.
can't hear right now. Just figured to put it out there. I kind of was just laughing because everyone else, or I made it look I was laughing because everyone else was.
Oh.
But, my headset died, so I've got it on my charger right now. It shouldn't take me too long to get enough of a charge.
I was like, he
I'm
looks a bit
assuming
different.
Chad did something funny.
But yeah, I was like, he looks a bit different right now. Did he just
can't put my finger
take his
on it.
headset off? But anyway, so for my bracket then, I'll go ahead and go over that. It was day one. It was pretty lit. Like there was everybody, like the top 10 or 12 was like 4K plus. So like, yeah, that was pretty rough. So I got like I got 43, 44, I think the first day, and then I tried to like I said, I tried to average. I averaged at least 4K each day, except for one day I had a really bad day and only got 3,900, and that was pretty rip. But I did try to no life this kind of hard-ish, so it was, yeah, it was pretty good overall. What I ended up placing first in my bracket, which was awesome. I wanted those 100 tickets really bad, so like that was my main motivator, was those 100 tickets. So now I've got enough tickets to. I already got another support. Now I'm getting the heavy Gundam whenever it pops back in the store. But other than that, the overall, after that one bad day, that pretty much knocked me out of top 100. So I was trying to make it back up to that point, but I just needed at least a 1,600 to get me back into it if it was going to happen. Other than that, though, the still got top 500, so I got 205th place was where I placed finally, and then like I said, first in the bracket. So overall, pretty good. I got my 100 tickets, so mission accomplished. And then I guess I get 5% bonus crate chance.
Aiden, what are we asking? What about the Guntank meta? I am muted in stream, aren't I? I hope so.
No, you are not.
Nope. Rip.
Fuck, I'm on Discord. Dude,
You just
there
turned
it
off
is.
your lights. Why do you look so dark now? Now you're back.
Oh, that's funny.
Excuse me.
So you can't see, but I have about 6 or so windows like all around me, so I'm trying to like click through, making sure I'm hitting the right stuff. I'm so sorry, guys.
Nailed it.
It's okay, Chad.
There we go. Now he's got it. Now he's got the Discord mute. But anyway, but yeah. So hopping into ranked. So it's better than last time, I guess.
Depends on who you ask, but
I'm
yeah.
gonna say I don't have context for that. I just know that it was pretty brutal.
Yeah,
especially
I don't
since
have it
you
either.
can grind it out that way. So anyone who's actually been in should probably go first.
Hmm.
From last time.
Yeah.
From last time.
Yeah.
Well, we already discussed. I know we discussed ranked a little bit already. What did you have in mind?
I mean,
for
what
this time around.
would you say it was better than last time, or? And then we'll get into what we think they could improve.
I think overall, like, there's still a grind, but being able to put up like a best match over like having to just do straight up farming felt better, just because, like, granted, in this case, if you missed a single day, you were screwed, but at the same time, if you wanted to catch up, you pretty much just had completely no life. So, like, I think as long as you were consistently playing and didn't miss any days, and you were able to put up decent numbers, like, it didn't feel quite as helpless. I mean, in some cases, I don't know. Like, it's hard to say because there are merits for both. I think I appreciate the new system just a bit. If both are bad, it's just more of like which one is not as bad as the other, I guess. I think I preferred the current system. I think the main problem was more of issue with the way to determine score, more so than like a actual problem with the best of the top 3 scores for a particular day. Even though, like I said, that kind of shuts out players. Like, you pretty much have to no life the game, or not no life the game, but you have to be on pretty consistently. And who knows what happens? Like, if life comes up and you miss a day, like, you're pretty much out of the running, unless you just have like the sleepiest bracket in the universe. So there's that part of it. But I think overall, I would probably say, like, if I had to choose between like no life beating a no lives in a grind contest or best of or top 3 matches, I'd probably take top 3, I guess.
Yeah, Maniac. Did you also did the first ranked as well?
Yes, I did.
What's your opinion?
I don't know. It felt like it felt, even though it probably didn't really change anything, due to the fact that they added the whole top 3 in a day. I would have to like agree with Emblem. It felt like it wasn't as tryhardy at first, but like you could blatantly see everybody was tryharding the whole time though. Even though I was in a sleepy bracket, I didn't really want to miss a day, but I did due to, of course, work. So when I got back and went back on, I'm like, I didn't move at all. I was still at the top of my sleepy bracket, and I'm like, okay. So maybe I was just blessed with a really sleepy bracket. In terms of like how matches went, they were yeah, they were brutal. They were brutal matches.
Yeah, definitely the way people were playing was a bit rough, for sure.
And it was very much the same way in the last the last ranked match as well. They played just as hard, if not probably way harder.
So how was score determined in the first one again? Because I didn't really...
it was the same way. It's just that we didn't have the top 3 in a day, so
Okay.
it was just a grind fest.
So in the first one, you could technically still just do like a bunch of people in this one, shoot your teammates in the back just to finish off the kills.
You could, yeah, because no penalty system was
Jesus.
implemented. Yeah.
Nobody really
That'd
did
be
that,
even
though.
worse.
But no, nobody really did, because everybody kind of figured, well, we may as well just work together and wipe out the enemy team and just be done with it.
Yeah, because I mean, the scoring back then, I'd have to look it up to remember exactly how it was, but it was more based on kind of like how the in-game rewards work. Let's see, win plus rivals plus suited a month. Yeah, so like you got more RP based on like the in-game criteria. So kind of like how Nate's telling me in chat. So like if you had the monthly mobile suit, you get a bonus for that. You also got a bonus for beating your rival, winning the game, and just playing. So it was more like the in-game 4 categories, more so than like an actual individual scoring system. And it was kind of treated like a points. It's kind of treated like points that you got at that you did a match, if that makes sense. I mean, but they both are, but it was tied into your in-game points, if that makes sense. It's like you got more monthly mobile suit points if you had more monthly mobile suits and stuff like that.
Which
So,
that's
yeah,
kind of
that's
neat.
it's a little
I
weird
was
with
just
the
Seems
pay
a little
one.
looser.
Like,
I'm just trying to make sure not to cut anybody off.
yeah, the pay to win part of it, I don't like that.
I mean, I don't think it's like it does kind of suck, but at the same time, like I get it. Have you ever played like any phone-based game where granted those aren't really competitive, but in any kind of like phone-based farming game, they always have units.
Oh
Like
yeah.
for example, where
Yeah.
like if just by running them into matches for that event, you get bonus points. So I mean, like from that perspective, I kind of get it. And it's not always necessarily pay to win. You can get those monthly mobile suits just by saving your tickets and happening to get the pools. Like I would more say like it's more open if you spend money, but it'd be more of like a happenstance kind of like bonus for a lot of people that you can unlock by using money if you so desire. But I don't know. Like I think it was okay. Like it takes a bit of an edge, and I can't remember exactly the modifiers. Like it may have been I think it may have been something along the lines like 15 points per like monthly mobile suit per match, and that does add up, especially in the case of when you can farm a lot of suits. But it's more of a quality of life thing, and it really only edges out the players that have those suits that are also grinding a ton of games. And I think overall, like the top people probably had a lot of those suits because they cared enough about to try and roll to get them. But it may not have been as big. It might not have been quite as big of a deal as it seems. Like I think it was more of a quality of life bonus more than anything else.
Yeah, I definitely think I mean, as far as like, I've been in a grind system like that, and if I have to choose between having to grind every day 100% or maybe getting lucky and having 3 good games in a row and just being done in an hour, yes. I'm gonna go with that hour possibility that there's an hour or 2.
Especially since it's like from a streaming aspect too, that made things a little bit easier. But
Yeah.
if you had the time, you might as well stick in there and just try to improve your scores.
I don't know, Gustav. Killing yourself on stream is against TOS though, and ranked match is pretty rough.
I mean, I was pretty dead towards the end because I was hitting like 4 6-hour streams. I think one day I was actually doing like 10 hours just to try to get out of that average. That was a pain in the ass.
I feel ya.
I did one overnight stream.
You too.
Oh god, that was bad. That's the thing. I never had to hit that many hours. Now, granted, and I'm shelving the gun cannon for a little while. I strictly went gun cannon, and near the end, mass production. Literally, that's how I managed to get my 1200 scores almost every time, as long as I somewhat lived through the match. The one that gave me the most trouble was the Ifrit custom. For some reason, that suit would just get through everybody and just slaughter me. But if I could live, I found that's the only suit that I did. The most I spent was 2 hours, I think, in matches, getting the points I wanted. Now, granted, that was only like 1,200 to 1,300 points, so that wouldn't have been enough for you, Magnum. That wouldn't have been your 1,400 points that you needed.
No. A lot of times though, it would take at least 3 hours most of the time.
Oh, I've watched Gustav have some, like, the teams I was getting compared to some of the teams you guys were getting, I have no idea. Some of the teams you guys were getting looked like they weren't doing a single thing. Of course, some of my teams were doing the same, but overall, I definitely had a much easier time than some of you. That's literally what it was. Easier bracket and definitely a little bit easier in matches.
Man, apparently, like several people in our top 10 just awakened their latent ability and started to climb up from where they were. So, like in the first couple of days, I felt like I was comfortable where I was at for the average,
close
just
in the light.
because it's like, well, no one's climbing up that much. They're just passing me up because they're awake when I'm not. So I would do my matches and I'd be right back where I was going to be. And little by little, like by the last couple of days, it's like, well, I can still get second. Ooh, maybe I can eke out there. I got completely shut off of the last hit. I was like, fuck me. So I would have had to have been doing at least like 1,300 on those first couple of days, across the board.
Yeah,
To have been able to keep up and like make sure that I would stay on first.
yeah, like you just have to keep at it too, and that's the other thing. Like, I don't know, maybe having to be on every day was maybe a bit much, but at the same time, a lot of things that are really competitive, whatever the set amount of time is normally most of the people that are going to be at the top. But again, this was more of a, I don't know, it felt like there was too much luck involved in this for my taste. I don't know if we want to go ahead and start talking about like what could improve. As far as the base setup, I just think they really need to do a full on just standard elo system, kind of like rating what we have now. They've already got the setup to go ahead and place people that are with A players already, so you could do like essentially a reset. Only instead of calling it a reset to the ladder, it would be just called the ranked, kind of like how League of Legends does. They do like a soft reset, and you start off, regrowing your elo score, but you get placed with people that were similar, like diamond or whatever. If you were diamond the
So you mean
previous
more like
season.
a season?
Yeah, like essentially make it a
Okay.
season, and maybe even if they have to extend it to like 2 weeks, but essentially it's in proper ladder and get rid of the rival adjustment, because you're gonna with the way the rival adjustment, you pretty much can play like it's ranked, and you'll most likely climb in your rating even.
Yeah. And the bigger
So
thing with that is that, like, unlike the first game, we don't know who the fuck our rival is. So the implication is just play hard, I guess, and hopefully you beat them. So
yeah,
that's kind of weird for this mode to keep that in as an extra thing.
What I found weird was, speaking of rivals, I don't know why they did this, but way back when the game first started, you knew who the hell your rival was.
Like the
But
beta?
no, I mean like when the game
I don't think that was
initially launched.
I don't think that was the case
When
unless you happen to get killed by him.
no GBO, well, if you got killed by him, yes, that's kind of where I'm getting at. If like on the kill cam or whatever you want to call it, if you got killed by your rival, it'll say, "Oh, here's the player name. Here's what suit he is." But over here on the right, it'll say, "Hey, this is your rival."
I don't think it did that at all, Maniac.
Are you sure? Because I remember.
I remember like only being able to see it when they kill you.
Well,
I
no,
mean,
that's
I
what I'm
could be
meaning.
misremembering it.
That's what I'm meaning. When they kill you, it'll show you like, "Hey, that was your rival."
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because down
Yeah.
where the name was and stuff, it would show
Right.
rival next to it too. Okay,
Yes.
okay. I thought you meant
Yeah.
like on the
Sorry.
screen afterwards or
No,
something.
no,
No. I got you. I
no.
got you.
I meant, yeah. Well, and then like even in the and then when you're in the prep screen in the rooms, like if you're once they divide you in teams, it'll actually tell you which player is your rival before you go out. So it'll say, player XYZ is your rival. So there, from what I understood is that I think the reason why they got rid of it I think they were communicating to the enemy team, "Hey, who's my rival? What suit is he using? And let me know what's going on." Because I think that's why they got rid of the whole rival tag to begin with. Like during the prep loading screen
Yeah.
for the rooms.
So you're not like over anticipating stuff and all that.
Right. Right.
Well, I mean, the only problem with that though is just like I wouldn't say problem, but like I remember having this thing where I was like, well, I know who my rival is, but I don't know who he is. Because I mean, just because you know who's your rival and there's a thing next to their name, you have no idea what suit they're playing. So
Right.
I mean, it then it just comes back to you don't know who your rival is until they kill you. And you're like, oh, that's who my rival is. Because I remember having that in matches, like, oh, there's my rival. I'm gonna go kick his butt during the match. Because I remember doing that a lot. But it like even with that, it still was kind of like flaky who your rival was. You essentially had to get killed by him to know for sure.
Right.
So a thing with the rival, since I never played GBO1, is if you knew who your rival was, did the match just evolve into you like trying to hunt down your rival the whole time, or is it kind of like now where nobody really knows who the rival is? Or how should I put that? Like right now, nobody's like going directly for a certain player because they know they're the rival. They're either going for them because they're like the raid or support or something. Would teams in the first game just go for their rival and not worry about the rest of the team and just try to get the rival points?
I don't think they ever showed who the rival was in the first game. I never played the first game.
Oh, I thought it was in the. It showed the rival in the first
I
game.
played a little bit, but I don't remember if there was a rival system or not. Like there could be, but I just
There
don't remember.
was. I remember that they were talking about it just because Flailters talked about it sometimes. So
Oh, okay.
When I was in since the beginning, like I said, I played very little, so
somebody
it's
get
hard to
Rob on
remember.
stream so we can double check.
Or just anyone that
Maelstrom,
played the
where
first
are
game.
you?
Lunaire.
Call them up.
Savage, come back.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Really?
Maelstrom, if you're here, please confirm.
Probably could though.
Yeah,
That
Lunaire,
would give us.
Draven.
It would give us an answer to that, or give me the answer to that. I just been wondering.
But yeah.
But I know that for the first game, the downtimes between your suits getting wrecked didn't really allow you to do really hot pursuits like that, even if you did know who your rival was. It was almost borderline World of Tanksy how long those downtimes between you getting another suit were, depending on like the mode too, of course. But still, it's not like us sitting there like griping, oh, I gotta wait for like 10 or like 13 seconds at most, and it's just like, nah, you're talking like minutes on minutes between them actually getting shit.
Well, and then if I'm not mistaken, like there was like in the first game there were suits that like if you like it like oh gosh, it was like the higher the cost, the more you have your time. Like once you're dead, you got more time.
Yeah.
The higher the cost.
And that's how it is for a lot of games like that too.
Well, it got to the point in the first game. See, I was talking to Rob about this, and he said there was a point in the game where they got such at a high cost where if your suit explodes, like if you lose your suit for the whole entire match, because there have been timers that have been up to like 2 minutes.
Jesus.
For how high of a cost it was.
That's fucking brutal. Ugh.
So you would be sitting there without a suit for the rest of the match going like, well, crap, I guess I can't help out the team. So then you're just a pilot running around.
But like that doesn't really do a whole lot for anybody. Unless you're like camping. Trying to hit their eagles or something.
Yeah, unless like you grab like a Wappa or something and run around grabbing points. Even then.
It's not much to help the team though.
No.
Jesus. Like that doesn't seem fun to me at all.
I did have a couple tank kills during rank though, like just me yeeting out myself like, fuck it. It's here. You're real close. You shouldn't have let me get in this bitch. Those games were watches, mind you, but I got that kill.
That or a pilot kill on a mobile suit is pretty legit.
Those are amazing. I had one of those today.
Yeah, it was like vendetta kills.
Oh yeah.
I think I vaporized a few of them.
It's just this little rocket, and it tinks their knee, and the whole thing just goes.
But yeah, that would be the first thing I would say they need to get rid of to improve the whole rank thing. Is just getting rid of the rival part of it too, and
Mhm.
just make it a standard ladder. Just make it a season essentially. Only it's like maybe 2 weeks long instead of just 1 week, because then you don't have to cram as many matches in. But I mean, even if they made it, I don't know if this might be too long, but even if they made it a month, you know,
Well, how
because
long are
then
like average seasons in like other games like that?
I mean, some games they're like a year. So
Cool.
Yeah, like they
um,
can go a few
Gosh.
months or like up to
yeah,
a
a few
year max.
months, a year, 6 months, something like that. But I think
Oh
they should do it like
gosh.
that. But the thing is, if it's a standard elo system where you win, you go up, you lose, you go down.
Right.
Like if it's just that, then eventually the people at the top are pretty much going to be the people at the top. And you know, whatever they decide to make that top whatever, like they're doing with the emblems right now with platinum to bronze, I think
So I
that would
guess
still work.
will we still be in like league brackets? Would that be a separate denominator away from like rated points?
I mean,
'Cause
yeah,
that's
it
essentially
should be
how
a
rated
separate thing.
works right now.
Yeah.
You know, you lose, you go up, you go down or whatever. But actually, that'd be
Should be
another
its
thing.
own thing, actually. Like its own, not even connected to rated. Like you start out with no points and you go
You
into
just
rank.
fluctuate, yeah.
Yeah, you go into rank. So like the better players will obviously go up, and like if you lose, like you go down. Wouldn't that be a better way instead of just being put into whatever your rated match is?
Well, I mean,
I think
the
the
only
hybrid would be
thing
better.
the only thing I'm
Hybrid?
saying is, yeah, like have the pretty much what they did with it is where if you're an A, you're gonna start getting grouped with A players,
Right.
but your score starts out at, say, let's just use 1200. You start out at 1200 score, and then you work your way back up to the 2000 or whatever, but you're gonna get paired with people that are pretty much A already
Mhm.
in rated. But it's a separate thing. So you're still getting paired with close to the same people, but you got to climb up your score. And then what they'll just have to
Okay,
do
yeah.
is they'll have to adjust your score based on how many wins and losses, essentially like an MMR for, like, say, League of Legends or something. That would be all they'd have to do is put another weighted number in there, and they've already got
Right.
the system to do it because they've showed it with ranked. They can go ahead and pair people in different
Just
bracket setups.
make RP fluctuate differently, essentially.
Yeah, and then RP would be its own score that starts out at like 1200, and then it
And then
starts
rated points would
increasing.
just be to like make sure that you're with people that you're always should be fighting.
Yeah, and then after like 100 games or something, you start getting paired closer to the number of RP that you're at rather than your rated number, or weighted
That
like
would be
that
neat.
somehow. I mean, that's all they'd have to do, and they've pretty much showed with what they've showed with ranked and how they've redone rated even and how it actually finds people. Just in the past like 6 months,
Yeah.
that they have the technology. So
I think that was their solution with the whole like groups of 20. Like if they could actually get past that and do a bigger bracket, like that would be the bigger ship for them, for sure.
I mean, even if they want a group of 20 kind of thing, and you compartmentalize kind of how people are getting some extra rewards or something, cool. But maybe not put certain rewards behind that. I don't know if I really like the suit being strictly behind that. Maybe they put that at like a certain rating level kind of thing or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
so that if you reached it during the month or whatever, you actually got it. So
Oh, like a tier reward. Like you hit this type of tier, like you hit whatever points, and the higher your points, the more you get as a reward.
yeah, like say if you just made it to A plus, then you get the level 3 of whatever they come out with.
Okay, yeah.
That kind of
Yeah.
deal.
So like make the leagues dynamic. That would be another thing too.
Yeah.
As you get that more IP.
That's not a bad way to do it, actually. It's
So
not bad, at least, that everybody was able to get the level 1 of like the recon, at least for the ranked.
Mm-hmm.
But it does suck to have the other ones locked behind.
And that was to alleviate some of that for people. So I can appreciate that they at least
Yeah.
thought of something for it. Do we know the registration numbers? Like how many people actually jumped into this for this round?
Well, I was down near the bottom to begin with. And I was like at 2,000 something.
Hmm.
Oh, I know it was definitely in the 20s or 30s because that's where
Yeah.
I saw a friend of mine's there somewhere. So I think they tracked up to like they definitely tracked up to close to around 30,000. Maybe it was 25,000 that they
there were a
tracked.
lot of unranked, unlike ranked or
Untouched,
whatever
yeah.
people
Yeah.
too.
So
Yeah, people like signed, like entered it, but never did anything.
but even then there's a decent bit of like 18,000, 17,000s that were just straight up unranked. So it was like there was quite a few people. If I had to guess, I'd say probably close to
Yeah.
20.
It
Well,
was at
between
least
25,000. It was at least that to 50K probably.
like it was at least big enough for the other lobbies to suffer. Because I know people were talking about that too. The idea that it was just really hard to find matches in certain groups, especially like heaven forbid you had to do anything in space, so they had to change that for the dailies.
Yep.
Put that specifically in ring. So if you weren't registered, well, can't really do a whole lot about that. But
Well, if you didn't register, couldn't you register during the event? Like, I actually don't know.
You could. You
if,
could.
if you weren't
Could you?
registered.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
could,
you
because
could.
I remember I actually started late with the ranked last
Oh.
time. And you for that whole entire time, if you weren't part of the ranked and you still wanted to be a part of it, you could still join. It's just that
That's
you would
cool.
just join late.
Right.
So they would allow them. It's just that the starting entrance was a week before the actual event, or a
Okay.
couple of days before.
So of course that's a little bit rougher now because of the way they had the format. But back then, yeah, you could just no life it, even if you're a little bit late and still do a decent.
Yeah.
Well, they had pre-sign up then too. Like, I think the pre-sign up is just to reduce server load or something.
Yeah.
Probably.
But I couldn't see them not allowing people who didn't sign up to participate in the event, especially if they're making dailies about it. I'm sure they just wanted to push as many people into what they were doing as possible.
And then they probably wanted to show the statistics of, hey, look at this. Ranked matches are just doing fine. Showing how many players are in there or whatever.
Well, they did have their million miles.
They did. Million download milestone, which surprises the hell out of me. I'm like, wait, 1 million players? What?
Now I wonder if
Or-
they're doing. I wonder if they're counting accounts though. That's like
That's
That's true.
probably what they're doing. So
I have like 3. Or well, technically I have like 7 now, I think, or
I'd
something.
say most of us
But
have helped because we have at least 2. So
yeah.
So
So
I used 3 accounts at one point.
Did anybody touch an alt account while doing ranked?
No, I did not.
Like nobody even bothered.
I don't even have
They're
an
like,
alt to
no,
play,
no,
so-
no.
I'd never play on my other account. That's probably gonna bite me in the ass.
I should have challenge accepted that. Get 2 accounts,
just
like
double up.
top
Oh,
500. Hell yeah,
Man,
man.
I don't think you could put
Some of my
yourself through
viewers
that.
did.
I don't know. Like
I
if you
know,
got
some of my
another,
viewers
if you
did.
got a sleepier bracket on the second
Seriously?
one, that might have been nice.
Yeah.
I can imagine somebody trying to play
Oh,
hard
they did.
with 2 accounts.
Oh nay,
They
Like,
did.
oh my god.
nay, no.
Yeah,
What
I thought
do you
about
place
it.
in them?
Yeah, what did you get? But I think that's kind of my answer for how they could improve it. Anybody else got any ideas?
Hmm.
My basic one, and I've said this before, they need a, like, this is the only ranked type of play I played that you cannot queue with friends. You are literally at the mercy of teammates.
Yeah.
There's no communication. Like, if you could at least group up with 2, since it was 6v6, if you could at least do groups of 2 or 3,
Mhm.
it'd be so much better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even in
Just be-
MOBAs, they have typically
go
duo
ahead.
queue. Well, they have typically duo queue in MOBAs.
Well, I mean,
Uh,
this kind of touches in with the new stuff, but don't you think the clan matches that they're gonna do next on November is going to be a step in the right direction for that though?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Because I think like
Hang
as
on,
long
you guys
as
have
they
froze on my screen.
don't.
Okay, there we go.
Magnum,
We're good.
come back.
Magnum. Okay, no, he's good now.
Oh,
But I think if they, I think if they fix the point system, because I mean it'll be kind of pointless if because like if they still do brackets, I personally think that'll be okay. But as long as the point system doesn't like pit everybody against each other, kind of like how it did this time around, it
Yeah.
shouldn't be quite as bad. Like I personally think like if they actually make it a team based thing or maybe like generalize the point system, like I'm not really sure yet, but I think it'll be better overall.
That was definitely
One
one of
second.
the bigger things too, because like early on, you had those very easygoing matches, where it was just like, people were still like Chad was saying, it's a little bit more team oriented. People were playing it like they were normal matches. Once we started to realize and get into the nitty gritty of what you needed to get those higher scores, a lot
it
of
just went
clamoring, a
downhill.
lot of like suicide eating into like groups to try to like nail somebody, hit anything. People would start to get desperate towards the end of those matches.
oh yeah.
So it was actually really uncommon to have a passive team, and if you did, then you're just gonna have one or two guys that rage out and push forward.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that people, after the fact, were so like almost just very calm, very, I don't know if defeated's a good word, but like, when you like come out of a movie theater that had like a long runtime, you just kind of feel a little hazy for a second, just like, man, this is what the outside is like. Jesus Christ. It was like that. Like people were wandering around random parts of the map. They weren't really like getting in there the way you normally would, and that was like a different cost too. I feel like people are kind of shaking that off now. But I wonder if they do make more changes, like what that's gonna look like.
Well, I remember like literally the day right after or the day of when ranked matches like completely ended. The I went into like a normal rating match and people were just try hardy like right after. I'm like I I got bodied by a team. I mean, I'm just like, what the heck? I just kind of walked in here and just kind of got wrecked right off the bat, and I'm like,
How
oh
dare you not try
boy,
harder?
oh
Aw.
boy. I was just thinking of, oh no, it's it ranked PTSD all over again.
Well, see, like, give me that team next time because we were joking that they were gonna go super hard afterwards, right?
Oh yeah,
People were gonna just be so conditioned and
oh
trained
yeah.
that
Oh, yeah.
people were gonna just wreck shit. But it was very lopsided, some of those matches, and it wasn't even the idea that you could tell who was in ranked or who wasn't. It was just really dazed teams going up against people who probably weren't trying that hard or were a little more lucid.
Right.
Yeah, so far I've had matches, pretty much my matches yesterday was just straight up stomp or get stomped, score-wise. Like we had, I think it was like 19, 20K or something like that. Like
Yeah, like we hit 18K on
straight
at a
up.
match today.
And they had like 3K on the enemy team or something. Like it was just like, what
Jesus.
is, like 2 people rage quit. Yeah, it was, that's all it's been pretty much yesterday. It was just somebody quitting because the game was just a lost cause for them to do anything.
Mm.
So I don't know if that's just because you're getting more people that were really tryharding or what, but yeah, it's just been weird going from like these super close games to just this super one-sided games.
I
Yeah.
feel like rated or ranked to a certain degree kind of spoiled us in that aspect. People started to recognize names a little bit. We started to get a little bit tighter towards the end. Those games were super close in some cases, and if you were lucky, it was a really close game that was a high scoring game on top of that. So like, no matter where you placed, as long as you weren't complete garbage, you were probably gonna get a decent score out of it.
Yeah.
What was really funny is that like going back, so when you said like recognizing names and stuff like that, I've seen like multiple people that I've seen go on to the same team from ranked, and I'm like, oh crap, I remember these guys. Can I get on their team? And like all of a sudden the randomizer's like, nope.
Nope.
And I'm like, oh no.
Yeah,
and
that
I
shit's
like,
scary.
and then all of a sudden and this was an unlimited match too.
Oh, fuck.
All three of them were
Jesus.
GBO2s, and I'm
No.
like, oh no.
Oh boy.
I'm like, oh no, that's what they are.
Suddenly they don't have to be limited to B1s and
Right.
free customs and shit. They're like, nah, let's cut loose in this bitch. I don't need a mode to do shit.
I got this big refrigerator shield. Let's do this.
Oh, that shield, man! I'm telling you.
Oh my gosh, I love that shield.
Oh
Saved
gosh,
it many times.
I fucking blew that with a bazooka, like a bazooka on a pilot today. I booped it. I was like, yeah, it's gonna stagger maybe. No, boom! It just went up. Like I'm just enough health on it for that to work, and I was just cackling.
Oh,
Couldn't believe that shit.
someday we'll get my own.
Oh man.
but so
I
yeah.
blew out one. It was real bad.
Oh, Monster just brought up a good point. There'd be so many matches where
Look
people
at
wouldn't
you
even
all
queue
branded
up if you weren't using a meta suit or whatever, or some of the people wouldn't like dual supports and wouldn't queue up at all,
Oh yeah,
or
that
not
was
queue
the
up
thing.
but ready up
yeah.
unless one of the supports changed.
Yeah, well, I guess we could go into the meta of it next with that.
Mhm.
Like
The meta did shift.
the well, I mean, I had better games,
Positive.
and as far as like the crazy scores, like my 15, I think my 15-25 game that I had was
Oh.
a 3 support game.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it was like a 3 or 4 support game. I'm pretty sure that was the one. Or I know a 1400 one was. And then the last day, one of my high 14, I think it was like 1498 or 1489, one of those numbers, was a 300 cost Zaku cannon. And like the two people just dodged like right before that. And yeah, like, and then that ended up being like one of my best games of the day. So
Yeah, some of my better games are actually in the sniper custom with the 2-barrel. That shit was pretty hilarious. But the first day, everyone treated every map like mountain on the game that I was doing. It was just like a shit ton of raids, maybe a couple like generals that would go particularly hard. It wasn't until people started to realize that they could rack up points and just kind of hang back if they had like a halfway like aware team that they were starting to run more support. And even then, like towards the end, it was just waves of blue. People just trying to clamber over each other for melee and stuff.
yeah, the melee was definitely going strong. Sorry.
Now, swoop back in. Were we referring to like meta changes because of ranked?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, what was the meta ranked, or what was the ranked of meta? Yep, the meta of ranked. There we go. I said it right the first time.
You sure did.
Yeah, sorry. I was looking at the. I forgot to remove the invading Akai that was on Emblem's screen. I was like,
Oh,
whoops, he's been
no.
covered up for the past like 15 seconds. My bad.
Ouch.
But yeah, that's what we're talking about. What was the meta?
Gotcha.
And yeah, I don't know. I found like 2 supports, 1 raid was typically the go-to for most of the solid games. Sometimes having 1 support would be okay, but most of the time having 2, we would have a better score overall. I
I don't
just
know. It seemed to be more favored towards 1 for me. Like a lot of people just wouldn't want to switch. It would force a 2 comp. And granted, I think like city map favors a 2 support comp, and really kind of in deserts kind of up in the air sometimes. But I felt like more often than not, it was like the meta that people wanted was 1 support, 1 raid, and 4 blues. I mean, I even had people who would ask when they would like say like, tell one of the 2 supports to switch if they were running 2 supports, and it always happened. But I feel like what a lot of people wanted to see was 1, 1, and 4. Personally,
That's what people definitely wanted to see. But as far as like the better scores I had was probably with a 2. And for me, I like that because typically the other support's also looking out for the raid. So say they're using a weapons rack. They shoot the raid. He gets staggered. I turn around, shoot the raid. He's still staggered. And we just keep, okay, cool, he's dead, move on. We just
Just
stun lock
bully
him.
him until he's out.
Yeah, and then it's like, okay,
yeah. I mean, I
no
feel
big
you on
deal.
that.
That's
So-
the
The
only
best thing
reason
about
why I
teamwork is it
found.
gives the enemy more targets to shoot at.
Oh, that's why I found the double support was even better because, like, definitely near the end, the generals didn't care if the supports died. They really didn't protect supports a lot. But if you were running dual supports for that only reason, just stun lock the raid. As long as both supports had stun, it depended on if one was a sniper that didn't have a stun or something.
Or if you both shot at the same time. Oops.
Or yeah, that's also the other way too.
But typically
Yeah.
the 2 supports would have each other's back. That's what I like.
And then if one went down, the other one shortly went down after.
Yeah, that's true. That was one of
Yeah.
the bigger setbacks, especially if
Yeah.
they stuck too close together.
Oh God. What does everybody think of the suits that we all thought were going to be meta, like seeded every single round, Axaku, DS, and I forget whatever else? Do you find that the nerf right before rank changed a bit of that?
Yes.
Oh, for sure. I'm not surprised that Axoku still got a lot of play.
Oh, yeah.
The DS, the DS was about where I thought it would be. I'm surprised people were preferring the Kai or the Proto over the Kai, since I can't remember if they made any major changes to the Kai, that would put it over the Free. Because I mean, last ranked match, I guess you saw a little bit of both too, but you definitely would see more Freak Kai over the Proto, from what I remember. So I'm surprised people were favoring the Proto in that regard. But it seemed about fine. I honestly thought you might see more high mode Dom come up, which didn't. But
Yeah.
Did you not see a lot of it?
I mean, I saw when I played it, but I feel like if I wasn't playing it, I might see it in a match or something.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't very common.
wasn't very often.
The DS is doing all kinds of shit.
Wait,
but
really?
the map,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, I'd see the
My
Dom
matches,
1 and
I
5.
seen the high speed Dom was definitely more predominant in my matches than the DS.
And Berserk is talking about the gun cannon mass production being in there a lot more too. Look
Oh
at
yeah.
Midler.
Woo!
Yeah, there's that boy. Look at him.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the mass-produced gun cannon was still all right though. I don't think any of the shifts really impacted it. If anything, it obviously made it to where you would see less world record to some degree. But I feel like the cancer cannon and even the mass-produced version we're still solid depending on the map you're on or whatever. I don't think I feel like it was already seeing play well enough personally, to where it wouldn't change too much.
Yeah, the weapons rack was definitely, I don't know, I can't feel the 200 damage, but I just started practicing it right before ranked, so I didn't get that much practice in on it. But then when I did play it, I was just like, okay, seems the same. So, I mean, still hit for a ton of damage. Maybe on a raid type, you might have to take 1 extra shot or something, but especially a proto. That was the thing. That's why I think there was a lot more protos, was just because doesn't it have more health than the guy?
I'm sure it does. The Kai is
prototype?
pretty squishy.
Yeah, I feel like I couldn't kill a proto. Like if a proto was coming at me, even if if he was on impact site, he was across the way where the supports normally see each other, and he's like, oh, tonight you, and I'm like, oh no.
Oh god.
start hitting support me and start running
Support
toward my
me on
team.
Patreon.
Yeah, I would shoot
Well,
once and then just run because, like, the proto. There's if he's coming at me, there was nothing I could do except for maybe get him to half health at best before he would kill me. And
I
Mm.
Yeah.
I think the stats really affected each suit in 350 especially, because by default, if I'm not mistaken, the level 1 Ifrit Kai, doesn't it have like 8 anti-live and anti-beam, like 8 defense for its modifier or something like that, and then like the prototype is almost even in its defense stats or something to that effect.
I don't have to pull it up.
yeah,
Um,
I don't have the guy.
so I think just that much of a buff in defense
Mm.
probably made a difference for ranked. Maybe not for rating, but for ranked specifically, I think the proto would have been probably the better choice out of the two.
It's a little bit more balanced defense wise.
Right. And
Which
I
is
think
fair. I mean, that can be the difference between you actually being able to close in before you get shredded and,
that,
you know, just going down in flames. Especially, like, because I guess you also have to take into consideration how much of a buff you get for exam, if it's not really exponentially better. Because if you are going to go in, and unless you're just really trying to push yourself, you know, at the regular capacity, you're probably going to try to hit exam before you go ham.
Mm-hmm.
It is 8 and 8 for the Kai, and it's 12 and 10 for the Proto.
Okay.
And exams gives you +5 to both.
Okay.
Interesting. How much can you normally kill a support with like one combo with the Kai? Felt like that was pretty
Most
much
of
the
the
case.
Oh yeah, both of them
yeah.
could one touch.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Fucking
I know
DS
the
definitely
proto was
does.
just
Yep.
downswing, and you're dead pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, after
So.
nerf, the DS can still one shot the cancer cannon. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
those guys
They can still
definitely
shred
do it.
Oh
supports.
yeah. The I think the other thing with the proto, the reason why we saw it so much is they just gave us the proto. So I still don't think I have the Kai right now.
Oh yeah. Kai was
Did they
one
give
of
out the Proto? I can't remember.
I mean,
And they
I think
probably
it was
did.
for the. I
Unless
think it was
I-
for the anniversary.
yeah, I think
They
that
gave those
was
10 suits.
yeah.
I think the proto was in there.
Okay.
So if you
It
didn't
would
have
have
it
been
already,
tickets for me.
I remember.
yeah, it was, all of those are tickets for me. But yeah, it was that,
Okay.
and then I remember when they did the recruiting promotion, they gave a bunch of
Mhm.
suits out like that too.
Yeah, I remember that. I didn't remember if they gave it out per se, but that's not bad. That actually, and that make a lot of sense too.
But the so as far as meta, what do we find for general types? Because I planned on playing the gacha, but that was about it. Then I didn't. I did try
Some
the
of my best
Exotic.
games are on the Easy 8.
I saw many easy 8s like I thought I would, but not to the point where it was overabundant. There was some variety of generals that I've personally seen in matches.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't as many easy 8s as there was last match or the last ranked. It seemed to be more fleshed out in different suits than last time. But I think what we covered from the last stream was the amount of power gems people were using.
Mm-hmm. It was surprising
Yeah.
but cool to see the good VD out there doing its
Oh
thing
yeah,
too.
oh yeah.
Such a bummer that I didn't have that level because I would have eaten myself into some matches in that.
had that, and I'm just like, oh yeah,
Say
I
that again?
forgot I had a general goof. Oh, the VD goof.
You cut out for me
Sorry
for
about
like
that.
the first
Yeah,
part of your
no,
sentence.
I heard you.
So
I feel like I still saw enough of it though for the VD.
Yeah, I saw it quite a bit. I think the power GM I think is probably the most surprising thing that I saw come out of it.
I'm very surprised how many power GMs I ended up seeing total. I didn't even know that was a viable suit at that cost anymore.
I personally feel like it started to slow down a little bit. Like after a little while, probably like day 2, like going into day 3, you still got them, but people started playing more of the usual suspects with a splash of like Gashia in there and stuff like that. But it was
The
it was kind
gacha
of
runs are cool.
Yeah.
That was really
Yeah, there was a
that
lot
was a
of those,
pleasant
dude.
surprise.
Gashia started to see a lot of use after they, especially like when they buffed the missiles and stuff like that. Like, they started to see a lot more support or usage. I mean, the hammer gun is like the equivalent of getting shot with a anti-ship rifle
Yeah, it makes
Yeah.
it take a knee.
Might
by
as
the
well be.
or by the Camu rather. And it makes you really sad as a raid because it pretty much
Big
it
damage,
news you,
take
man.
a knee, and just oh no.
And then it's like they fire a volley at you and then like proceed to give you the clamps.
Yeah.
Mhm. It's tickle time, bitch. Come here.
I actually played
Oh,
it yesterday,
Jesus.
and I was really sad that I didn't actually play it during ranked. I was like, no, why? But
I don't know. Anything that makes me stand still for too long, I'm always like, this might not work out for me when I actually decide to bust out that hammer. So yeah, I kind of slept on that. I probably shouldn't have. Like a couple games where I went, fuck it, I should have just went in there because those claws can put in some business for sure. That's the thing about a lot of those suits. Like the vice claws, they are not shy about giving those decent damage at all.
Usually the
Especially
scaling's
since,
pretty good too.
yeah.
did you see too many high gog?
Surprised that I saw any, but
Very
we did
rarely.
have a couple.
I've only seen about maybe 3 at most.
Yeah, I seen about the same 3 or 4.
They're putting those big missiles to work, though, boy. I tell you that much.
Until they clip the ground.
Yeah.
I saw so many of them just be like, "Oh, I'm gonna get you,"
Oh
and
no.
I just be like,
Why'd you even show up?
"I feel bad killing you now, but I gotta put you down. I'm sorry."
Every
No, I
once in a
didn't
while,
feel
I
bad.
see them run. Every once in a while, I see them run on mountain or tropical desert. I was like, why? Why'd you do this to yourself? You poor bastard.
I
Like
didn't
City,
even
they
feel
had a
bad
chance
for
because
them.
they could like wiggle their little arm around and then
I
they
would-
could
Yeah,
play
I definitely
peekaboo with
saw
their
more
hands.
Zagogs than High Gogs.
I actually saw more high gogs than the gogs, but
I think I've seen about
Seeing the
even-
Zagox was cool though.
yeah, that was pretty cool.
I was pretty happy somebody decided to like grab out a Zagok after all this time. I'm like, hey, look, the Zagok is actually kind of useful.
Well, I mean, I feel like the
Yeah.
Zagok is kind of like how tank was. It's like the tank of general players. You know, not like saying it's comparable to the tank and playstyle, but it's just like, it's pretty solid. I mean, if it's like a really good combo suit. I mean, I suck with it because like I've never practiced enough with the punch range. But I mean, when you get those hands on somebody, like Rock'em Sock'em Robots begins, like it does have the taunt passive on it, like a few other suits. But like if you like connect and start going ham, like it's not bad at all.
Zogak was also hilarious.
Oh my gosh.
See people run.
Oh my gosh,
Well, that's what I was talking about.
We were talking about like
that
the
one.
Zagak.
we're
Oh,
yeah,
well,
we were
I
talking
said the
about
Like the
Zogok.
red boy. Okay.
Yeah, I was when I said it was during the Hygog thing. I was talking about the Zogok.
Oh yeah, Zogak was hype though.
I was laughing too. Like the one time I saw it on Impact Site, and I'm just like, okay, I literally have to take a double take on that. Is that a Zogok?
Yeah.
I did see
Motherfucker came out
one.
like a robot master with his boomerang cutters, and I was just like, oh shit.
God.
And
Why?
shoot your Hayachi hair at people.
Oh my gosh.
Well, what really caught me was like all of a sudden I see a Sturmfaust pass by me, and I'm like, Sturmfaust at 350 and F2? No, that's not an F2. Is that a like? what? And then I look over, it's a Zogok, and I'm like,
Dunna.
what?
That's been a bad player. Usually by the time you realize it, it's after you get punched in the jaw.
You fucking hooked.
Yeah. You get
Catch
cold
that
clock,
shit.
it's like Zogok.
Yeah, right. Like I saw one Hygog though that did insanely well, like top scores. I was like, who is this guy?
Oh my god, really?
It's a
Jeez.
It's the high
legend.
god.
Yeah, there you
Think of
go.
him-
The
think of him in
ultimate
a
tickle
different suit
fingers.
now.
I was surprised I
Hygok
didn't
has
see
really
more.
good output potential though.
Yeah, it does. It's just it is one of the most awkward things in that missile clips too much. Like they could fix it. They would if they fixed it to where it felt good to play, they'd have to nerf it. Just
It
saying.
used to be worse.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, I got it as one of my like earlier boxes. I was like, "Oh my gosh, I've got this thing." And then I was like, "Yeah, let's go," before I really knew what I was doing. And I was like, "Oh, this is horrible. I never want to play this again unless I'm just memeing in a random custom game." Yeah.
To be fair, it didn't really have a good run of luck in this show either. It looked like he got his ass whooped pretty gruesomely, so completely donked its big missile shot too. Just like, like flubbed most of that bull run that they did.
Okay,
Oh
they're
my
getting it
gosh,
story
that
accurate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's canonical
there's
gameplay.
this
Man. I mean,
dumb wiggly bitch behind you trying to hit stuff, and it hits you instead.
Oh
What?
my gosh.
Did you guys see many cold districts? Because I didn't see as
Oh,
many as
yeah.
I thought I would.
If you did, then you saw me, bitch. I was doing it all the time.
Careful, careful, Goose. Have your you're peeking there.
I don't know if Gustav realized one match. I think it was the second day before it ended. You ended up on my team, and
I know
we
you were
had-
in a couple of my matches, and I was
I know
covering you
more
because
than
you
one.
were running support, right?
At times, I was just like sitting by you because you were actually like taking out the guys coming near me. I was like, "Fuck, this is perfect." Like Gustav is doing good.
Because if every
And-
once in a while, I was like, he's like by himself. Where'd the other support go? Fuck it, let's go. Just
Yeah.
yeet myself at whatever was getting near you. Like, we
But-
need you for the damage. You just
One
need to start
match,
hitting
we were
shit.
against Crossbone, and we
Yeah, we
could
fucking
not come back.
We fucking blue balled his ass. Oh my god.
Yeah, but then the only thing I
We
think we
won
ended up
that
still
match.
losing it, didn't we?
No, we won. In
We had
fact,
more than one match against
we
them?
shunted his ass at the end because he started to come in and he was trying to get somebody. No, shut down. We
Well, he
won
was,
that. It was one of our higher scoring games that day.
The thing is, he ended up having 2 raids on his team, and he wasn't the raid. I can't remember what he was playing, but he was saying like the guard custom wasn't doing a single thing for his team, and even I was able to take out the guard custom on my own. I don't even know what he was doing, and that's as
Yeah.
a support.
I mean, he was trying to do that hustle too. Like
Jack
every
said he
time
was
he
a
showed up,
Gelgoog.
he was a Gil. Oh yeah.
Oh, he was the okay, yeah. Anytime I see Gelgu, I just try to keep my distance and just take pot shots. I don't want that thing coming close to me. You kidding me? I fit 350. Oh god, my legs.
Say goodbye to your legs.
Yeah,
Me and the
my
group
match, my
custom
last
against him,
ranked match
ugh.
was with Magnum, and we lost. Feels bad, man.
Oh.
Yeah,
Aw,
but
Magnum, you're supposed
that
to carry
was
the team.
that was freedom though.
Freedom.
It felt good either way.
Honestly, yeah.
I know the cold district was kind of rough just because it definitely was putting out that DPS. I was scaring the dog shit out of people with that machine gun when I actually had the upper hand, but I was getting so many assists. So I was actually hemorrhaging points where I should have been getting more kills. Like the sniper custom, because it has more burst damage even with the 2-barrel on it, I was actually hitting, the individual scores a lot easier with that.
People are actually running the double beam gun with the
That
the
was
sniper
exclusively
custom?
what I did. And there were a
Yeah,
couple
that-
other
that's
people that were
Gustav
doing
only
it too.
there.
I tried it.
Yeah,
I tried it the last
I'd
day.
say.
Pretty good.
That was like
Oh,
some of my
bro.
best matches were in the sniper custom.
I mean, don't get me
including
wrong,
that
I used to run
1400.
the double beam gun, but like I literally saw no sniper customs run that.
I
Every
was
time-
surprised when I
like,
saw one.
always a
I
sniper rifle.
saw only one other do it, and I was like, wait a minute. Did you just like see someone else do that? And we're like, maybe I should try, but no. Yeah, most of the time it was rocking the rifle, and most people surprisingly didn't rock the sniper custom at all. as opposed to doing one of the gun cannons, or even the gun tank was starting to get some play in there, which is surprising.
The last few days,
Yeah.
I've seen
Most
a
people
lot
that
more gun
tried to run the
tanks.
custom, they would get shut out because someone else would just rock a different like suit, and they would be the ones that would have to concede.
That's because the gun cannon is superior support.
What was that slurp at the end?
What the hell?
That was the nerdy slurp. I mean, I like pushed up the bridge of my glasses, man.
I mean, hey, we know it was the mass production type. I'm just saying.
We played an MPT of all suits.
But well, I mean, with support though, I think pretty much anything went. Really, I mean, I think you could have done well with any of them, unless I don't have a 350 that I know of.
Well,
mean-
I was very surprised that like whenever I saw somebody pick a tank, I'm thinking, oh god, this is gonna be bad because all I can think of is a DS is gonna run through there and just start swinging.
I mean that's kind of when it came back to the 2 support thing, because if normally I wasn't playing the tank, and if I saw a tank, I was probably in anything else that was not a tank, and then I'd be like, I got you, bro. Support's got to stick together. So as soon as like they would start charging the tank, he would stagger him. Then I would just get the stun lock, and we just continue just wrecking the dude.
That was the nicer thing about 2 supports, because you have the cluster rounds on the tank, so you're hitting near their feet. You're chipping away at their legs, and by the time they actually do reach you after you're going through Stunfest, if they're lucky, their legs are probably gonna buckle to make that approach. And then either you or like a general's gonna turn around and be like, "What's that?" Bam, and then they're done. But yeah, if you single out a tank like that, you can maybe hold them off. The minute one of your alternates actually runs out of ammo, yeah, you're in big trouble. You better hope you either counter or have enough time to like bring someone close to you.
I think out of the list of supports though, the weakest ones was definitely the normal gun tank. Just because it has more beam defense than the mass production, and then so there's pretty much no reason to really run it. And then
I was running it like nonstop.
the normal gun tank
Mass production tank
or
Yeah,
the
regular
mass
one?
production.
How hard is
Oh,
it?
wait.
Because you can
I thought
buy
you
the
were
regular,
talking
right?
about gun cannons, though. Never mind. I didn't hear you say tank. God
No,
damn it,
we're
dude.
talking about tanks.
That's why I'm like, wait, what do you mean? Like that? It was actually a really good suit. All right. No, I don't run the tanks. That's not me. It's a mustache.
Is the regular gun tank in P shop? I know the mass production is.
I think it is, because I think I had to go buy just the regular one.
Okay.
I had
'Cause
to buy
know
one of
yeah,
them. In there, aren't they?
it doesn't have. It has a range. It does more damage with the cannons. And
most if not all 350 suits are now in the DP shop.
that was one of the
Except
nice
for like
things.
specialty suits.
I kind of wish I had the Fritz helmet just to mess around with that, since it had the Sternfaust too.
I don't know. Just looking at the base stats, I kind of think I would prefer the gun tank over the mass produce personally.
Yeah, because it's hardier too, defensively. It's got a little less range, but it has more damage. I think that's like the trade-off between the two.
Mecha Nerd's like, when is
Well, not only
Goofy?
that, but like you have to remember you're going to be getting into a lot of like counter sniping fights,
Yeah.
and like having a better beam defense makes you better against what I felt like was the strongest support in the thing, which was the cancer cannon. Like
Right.
you
The
have
follow-up
a
beam was a bitch. Yeah.
yeah, I mean the follow beams like where a lot of the damage comes from. So being able to have a bit of a better defensive ability against that seems better in my opinion.
Yeah, never mind. I now just after seeing that and also seeing the higher damage, I retract my statement on the gun
I
tank
mean,
hate.
the mass production was definitely for the gun cannon was definitely a little bit more accessible for people, especially if you're not good at those follow-up shots. You know, because you can still run it mid, you can still bully them with the cannons, and then just lay in the G. You're stacking communal stun with other suits, because there were a surprising amount of people running MG suits. even 4 generals. That was kind of surprising. Well,
I was kind of
They were
surprised.
cutting out a little bit there for me, Gustav. So I didn't catch like most of that.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
want to repeat it.
But yeah, I mean the mass production gun cannon definitely still has some chops. If you weren't really keen on rocking that rifle too much, then you could still at least follow with the MGs. And I was actually surprised at how many people were running machine guns on other suits too, just to keep up. I don't know if it was just for the sake of DPS or they just didn't want to risk missing as much with their missing.
Gotta stay consistent, man.
I mean, that was kind of my logic behind just doing the mass production type more than the gun cannon. I actually think the gun cannon is probably the better suit if you were going for straight win the game, but for going for winning ranked, I favored the mass production just because it was you definitely got the damage in between, just because you were able to shoot the machine gun.
I don't
But-
know. I feel like it was the opposite for me. Consistent. Like there were like a couple of cases on Impact site where playing the mass produced cancer cannon got me some good numbers, but more often than not, most of my top scoring games were with the normal gun cannon, just because the burst is unreal. And I would usually, and it could just be me personally, but I would probably say that I have more higher like second place games with the normal gun cannon compared to the mass produce, just because you have so much burst potential. You have finishing potential as well. I guess you kind of, with machine guns, your center damage is so staggered, you can't really like snake kills from teammates and stuff like that. Whereas like if somebody knocks somebody down, I could literally just like wait for them to wail on him and just charge up a shot with my sniper rifle and just snake that kill right from them.
Yeah, that's
Whereas you
true.
can't do that with the mass produce.
I mean, the other thing too is you also wanted to try to hit the top support score too for that first place.
Mhm.
So if I was getting enough damage on somebody, then just the cannon shot with some machine gun fire typically was enough to get me that, and then I could switch back to the cannon and then still have enough rounds ready to go. So, and Savage actually got me into using the bullpup. Actually, it's pretty solid as well. So either way,
For
the mass production.
Oh yeah, bullpup's good.
Yeah, it's actually really solid. And then the other thing too that I really liked about it was jumping off of stuff in the desert map. That was awesome. I probably wouldn't use it on city because there's not too much verticality. But any place where there's verticality and you end up falling, he's like, well, I could be shooting you right now, but hang on, I got 2 guns. 1 second. Then then you hit the ground, and then with the bullpup, I'm just like, oh, you're running away. I'll just drop and shoot you on the way down. No big deal. So.
Definitely good for just consistent cross.
And it has like a 2 or 3 second reload, something like that. It's not much. By the time you switch to anything, by the time you just rotate through your weapons, it's reloaded.
So it's like faster
Yeah.
than the dual wield.
Yeah. Oh, it's much faster. Like I would probably not use the dual wield if you didn't have the level 3 quick loader. Like
Yeah,
that's
it's a
another thing.
must-have on it.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. I
That's
seem to
definitely
do
where those
well
parts
without.
tend to make a difference.
I seem to do well with the double 100s. Like I didn't like I probably should have went with the bullpup, but I seem to be like I seem to do like really well with the double 100s. I guess I got so used to it that I just kind of went around and went like, oh hey, all right, cool. Pop, 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 pop. Oh, okay, well he's dead now, and I'm like, okay, cool, let's move. That's kind of how I felt with the double 100s anyway.
I did a test with it quite a while back. So this was before I even had the level 3 firing program, which I've actually figured out another way to test it. So I'm gonna do it again now that I have everything. But the 100mm actually got me more DPS. Now I'm probably gonna try to kill a base and see which one can kill a base faster. Just comboing the cannons and the bullpup cannons and the 100mm.
Oh, like timing it?
Yeah, just see which one
Okay.
can kill the base faster and go with that time. But
You could probably get similar results just trying to destroy a shield, though. If you know how much HP the shield has, they don't take like bonus damage or anything like that, and you might be able to do it a little bit faster. Just like go well in a GBO2 shield. It's like whatever it is, 20,000 HP compared to like
Mhm.
what it was it based at like
A
100,000 or
massive
some
shift, yeah.
nonsense like that.
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
That might require you to be able to play with somebody else though, whereas you could do the other one solo. Because I don't think they spawned a GPO2 or a guard custom in the practice matches, right?
Yeah, I
no.
don't think so. That's
No.
the
No, they
first thought that
don't.
I had.
That'd be nice, at least for the guard custom. You would
Oh, yeah.
expect it, but no.
At least
But,
the guard, you could do a few tests with it, but I don't think it does.
But when I first tested it, the 100mm came out on top, and I was just killing the same suit. What I would do is just kill the same suit over and over and over and over again, and then if it had higher score in minutes, then I was like, okay, that probably has the higher DPS.
Just like run an average or whatever.
Yeah. So, and I did that like probably, I don't know how many hours I spent doing that. That was probably a good 5-6 hours. But then there was a surprising suit that I was like, oh my gosh, the buff is real. The long barrel Zaku machine gun, Zaku 1 sniper. I am a fan, man. I'm just saying.
It seems underwhelming to me still.
I can't
Like,
get into it.
I just like
I
the
still
stun
rock that
lock
shit.
potential. Like it's again, it was kind of the whole raid coming at a teammate. Like if there was anybody, it didn't matter. Like we could just stun lock somebody almost permanently because they do their 2 swings or whatever. If they didn't do a down swing, then I'm just like okay, rap, and then the next person comes in, hits or whatever, just permanently helps stun lock. It's got a decent little burst, so you can steal some kills.
I think the
So,
downtime is too long between shots still, personally.
Yeah, the
I mean, if
fact
it
that
was
it comes
much
out
less,
faster, it actually kind of makes you feel it a little bit more. I forget if I was in ranked or if it was a rated, but I actually locked down. I think it was a proto. He was just constantly trying to come at me, and even the guys in chat were like, "Why did he let you do that to him?" Well, yeah, we ended up downing this dude just going between burst shots to the Sternfaust, and I think we even
Oh, was there more
got
than
a
one of
good
you?
club on there.
Was it more than one of you?
No,
Oh,
that
so
was
it was just you.
that was one of the crazier things. So like for a good chunk of that, it was just him trying to chase me down because he chased me all the way back to the base.
Mhm.
It was just me
But you were
stunning
on the
him.
Zaku 1 sniper, right?
Yeah,
Okay, I thought you were saying you were on the Recon Zaku. I was like,
that
I
would be
don't believe you
hilarious. The
goosed off.
recon
Like,
the recon Zaku's hard to do that with. Like the recon Zaku's just for you to like fuck around in for most of the time. You can still get some good bursts on there, but it actually kind of
oh well, that'd be
hurts
a
to
lower
not
cost
have.
too.
It actually
yeah,
kind
I
of
think
hurts a little
200 would
bit
be
to be
fine.
as a general suit in terms of the output for that, unless you have a raid to bully, and even then, like there are better options. There always are going.
I don't know. I feel like you want to use the Zaku machine gun instead with the Recon Zaku,
Mm.
but that's just from the games I played with it, or just try to do some bazooka shenanigans. But it feels like it wants to use the machine gun.
Yeah, I
Probably.
mean, for me, it's just the novelty of having it be on another suit besides a sniper. So I just pretty much run it on that all the time, especially since it has that really goofy like knee into like an overhand club with the backswing that it does for its own.
I'm sure
blow
people
or
who get good
whatever.
with it will be doing a lot of damage. Like usually suits with multi-hitting like down swings have
Mhm.
really high damage input like output when you hit with both. So I'm sure it'll be good once the players that like pick it up as their suit of choice really start to get in there. And it might be a thing that's like really strong at its level 1 cost too, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like it's probably 200. It's probably a decent suit, but I don't know if it has enough to really compete at 300 though.
The
I don't know.
250 that I ran with it, that was pretty nice. It definitely feels a little bit more fluid than other suits at that cost, just movement wise. So I can appreciate that.
Has anybody tried it at 300 yet, or?
The game I'm talking about where I felt it was underwhelming was a 300 match.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can see
And
that because you have a lot of other suits entering at that point too.
was
Now,
that also
granted, like
running the long barrel, or
I had a
just
long
regular machine
barrel,
gun?
and like I felt like I was hitting a good amount of shots, and I mean I was even mixing in grenades and stuff too. But I mean at the end of the game, granted I didn't melee a whole bunch. I think I may have like confirmed melee hits, like and by this I mean down swings, like maybe 3 times out of the match. But like we were playing so long range that it's kind of like use my long options, and like I think I had like somewhere in the neighborhood of like 35,000 damage at the end of the match, which seems pretty. Granted, it was like 300, but I mean that still seems pretty low. I feel like you can get better numbers with that, but maybe I'm just like doing average, and I'm just like, oh, that sucks. Like, I don't know.
It's hard to hyper focus suits in this game though. Like the roster is only growing. If it's outside of your preferences or anything like that, then like going super try hard on suits that don't really cater to you is not really a great way to go, especially if you're trying to get more consistent matches anyway. So it's definitely more novelty. It'll be interesting to see if they do more stuff with like spotting or chaff grenades and stuff in the future. It's a good template for different specialty suits like that.
Yeah.
So do we know if those grenades are like really effective or not?
Yeah.
They do what they
Pretty
do,
good.
and they do damage still.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
They put the jamming effect on.
I haven't
Now,
really
that
get to
being
use it
said,
that much,
it also
so
connects
I didn't know.
anybody across the board. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind.
Yeah, that's actually really cool.
Yeah, I mean they seem pretty effective to me.
Okay.
I mean, the jamming effect is super strong. Like,
Oh yeah.
just being able to knock out somebody's radar. A lot of people pay attention to their radar, unlike me in their matches. So
Not to mention, it's just like visually distracting because you're seeing these get logged in, and you're like, "Where did that come from?" Meanwhile, someone else slips in behind you and just like nothing personnel and fucks you up. So it
Actually,
has
that's
two
not a bad
layers
way
of
to do it.
distraction for it. So
I can't stand the knock. The knock gets near me, all the health bars disappear. There's that murderous intent, and I'm just like, no, there's another one.
got you,
Why?
my jutsu, bitch.
And then you-
Let's go.
And then you got to figure out does it have one blade? Does it have two?
You feeling lucky,
Right.
punk?
If it has one, you may
miss
survive.
one of them.
You may survive. If there's
Yeah.
two, you're
Well,
gone.
the thing with the two,
Sometimes I
with
can
the
counter
one
the
is
two,
like
though.
if he doesn't miss the second hit, you're probably just gonna die because it hits harder. But when they start going full on spin to win, that's just scary. Because good luck dodging it unless they telegraph it and just made sure you knew that they were there. Because that's a pretty fluid motion.
And you pretty much knock down everybody in the vicinity.
Yeah. So you can just come in with the second hit like uninterrupted.
Or get countered.
Or
it.
yeah,
that
the windup is
also
so
a thing.
long. That's second one is definitely a thing.
I
Sometimes
definitely
people get
spin
caught in the
around.
headlights though.
Yeah, I'm like spinning around every time I see that murderous intent. I'm just like, where's he at? Where's he at? Where's he at? Where's he at? Like I turn around like 2 times, take a shot at somebody on the third swing, keep looking around, shoot again. That's
Like a
especially
lighthouse?
that's the gun cannon. Like when I'm just not the mass production, I'm just playing the gun cannon. I'm like, bang, laser. Okay, where's he at? Bang, laser. Well, actually, with how slow they turn, it's more like once. But yeah.
Gotta get those field motors running.
Yeah, there we go. I need all of them on it at the same time. But I was surprised the Juagu is actually pretty good in the Desert GM. I was expecting to see it a bit more.
I saw a fair amount, but yeah, after a while those started to grow out.
I'm surprised we saw it at all, to be honest.
I think I saw maybe like 3 out of the whole thing.
I mean, the big thing with it is it's really punishing if you miss.
Oh yeah.
Like you pretty much can't miss a shot with the Desert GM, and if you don't, it's outstanding. If you do, I mean,
good luck.
You're just subpar.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you
So,
really need backup,
that's why I don't
especially
use
with
it.
how slow those missiles are.
Oh,
the
that too.
follow-up, too.
They need to speed
Like
those
if
up
they
a bit.
sped those up a little bit, that'd be nicer. Get that consecutive stun a bit faster and just more output.
Like the railgun shoots like the shot shoots so quick, like such high velocity, but yet then the rockets are like slow as molasses. Just need to go a little bit quicker.
The Desert GM is still pretty solid though, and I mean in the right hands, it definitely like. Sorry, for some reason I thought we were talking about the ground type GM at first, Like
Oh,
it
no,
doesn't
no.
surprise me that the Desert GM
I actually saw the
was an
ground
NDA
GM
thing.
in there a couple times too. Just people running the regular, like, it's weird.
Cut out the end Gustav.
The regular.
Yeah, the regular ground GM was starting to get some play in there too. That was surprising. People just running MGs with it.
Yeah, I was
Not
about
doing
to
Yeah,
that
I'm
say.
bad.
definitely
I was
surprised I
about
saw
to
that one.
say. Like, I think in ranked, people were actually using it for its designated stat purposes because, as far as I remember, the ground GM leans towards more of a shooting
Mm-hmm.
type of suit. So and like as I was, going through some of the stats of some suits, I kind of picked up on, like, during the ranked, oh wow, they're actually using the suits like they're supposed to be used. Because most of them are using blue melee suits, of course, because stun meta. But like I've seen, as far as I remember, I saw like probably about 3 or 4 ground Gundams with beam rifles, and that is almost uncommon. So they decided to use it more towards what their stats are based for, from what I remember and what I saw.
Also, just
I
the
mean,
lower
it's a,
beam resistance at that level too.
Yeah.
Depending on what suits that you're trying to hit them
Yeah.
with.
well, and then if you can go for whatever that's its damage stat is more, and you're not stuck in the like melee mosh pit going on,
Mm-hmm.
so fair enough. Like I tried the GM ground type. It's got like the other thing is too. It's level 5, so that means you can also use any of the level 5 weapons,
Mm-hmm.
which is a pretty big deal. And then I guess what we haven't really talked about too much. I mean, we kind of talked a little bit about it. Anything else as far as the other suits in raids? Any other thoughts on the raid suits? I know we kind of started talking about them a bit, but I don't think we went into too much detail.
I don't know. I personally think we should go ahead and discuss like what we think about the potential clan rated stuff, and then kind of transition into the director's letter.
Oh yeah.
So I think
Okay.
it's a lot of good
Yeah.
information that we should definitely cover, especially since the information was released today.
Okay, for
Actually,
sure.
if that's the case, then I should probably peace out just so that we have that transition because I need to go take care of some stuff before I go to sleep.
Yeah, just as a reminder,
Cool.
Gustav is not able to stay for the entire time, so he's gonna have to step out.
Yeah, other responsibilities, stuff like that. But I will be around.
So-
I'll definitely be doing dailies tomorrow. Gustav the 13th is pretty much my handle across everything. It's Gustav _ X triple I. Besides that, hopefully I can stay a little bit longer for the next one. We'll see, and I'll let you guys know. Until then, hope you guys have a good night, and I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, Gustav.
Have a good
Yeah,
night.
dude.
See you guys out.
And I'll also put his stuff. It'll be in the description of the video. So
we have to like fix everything. Everything is
Yeah,
off.
everything is all over the place, except for mine. Mine's like perfectly fine for my screen, just because I set it up the right way.
okay, so real quick, maintenance. Setup maintenance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just going to.
But if we kind of want to talk a little bit more about ranked, anybody has any closing thoughts about it?
Honestly, I think we've said we could for ranked. Because I guess we hit all the key points. We pretty much hit what we saw.
I have to quickly try to fix the Windows.
I don't really think there's really much left of ranked to talk about, really.
Covered quite a bit of it.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's what I was just asking. If there's any final thoughts. Actually, here we go.
I'm
We could.
personally good.
I don't have too much to say about it, just because I haven't gotten to play it too much. But the Xiong is the banner suit. We could quickly cover that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I
I
mean,
don't know. Like I know You're right. We could. It could be quick. I just figured we could stay like kind of keep it the rank discussion and just go ahead and finish up discussing what they were doing with that. But either or would work, I think.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, as far as my final thoughts on ranked, it's just I think they need to change the format of it, and it was too much. I mean, essentially the problem with it is it was just the way I described it was Final. Why did I say Final Fantasy? Oh my gosh, fantasy football. Only your own team at that point, or
Right.
you pick yourself, and and that's that's one of the biggest problems. Why do they not actually use that for rankings to actually score anybody? Because scoring systems for determining who's first place and stuff is typically seen as a bad system. So, I mean, and that's kind of what it just turned into. Is you were playing for yourself, and I mean, I don't know. They just I think they just need to change it to something. But on another note, they will change things, so that does make me pretty optimistic about it. So we'll just have to see what they do next time.
I do hope we hear a bit about what they plan to change before the next rank does happen.
Well, we still got quite a bit until it happens, so I'm pretty sure they'll let us know.
Oh, you disappeared. Okay.
Yeah, well, because I'm not in frame because I had to walk
Yeah,
forward.
I was just like,
Chad
wait,
is
where
just
is he?
gone, by the way.
I am not
He's
not
wondering where
editing
our
these windows
favorite
in VR. That's
goof
going to be
is
a
right
living
now.
nightmare.
Okay, so hopefully you're set up where you need to be set up at.
Bring us
But
somewhere. There's a hand.
yeah, I think I've got mine set up. I'm good to go.
Yeah, I'm good.
There we go. That'll do. That'll do, pig. So yes, the September update.
Actually, let me just pull that up too.
Actually curious. So I didn't get to look at all of this, but the clan matches, that's pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And what did they say? Did anybody already read the section where they talked about the second ranked match? What were their thoughts on it?
So they thought it was pretty much a success for the most part, which it was in some respects. I think they're planning on changing a few things, but I'm not entirely sure what they were planning on. They weren't really specific on what they were wanting to change, but they said that they're going to alter a few things. They, like I said, they weren't really specific on what they wanted to alter.
I'm wondering when. I'm hoping we hear what they plan to alter soon, just so we get an idea what to expect.
Mm-hmm. Because from what it was looking like was
I'd hope it's plugged in the right way.
I let's see here. Let me read through this again because maybe I'm reading this wrong, which is quite possible.
I mean, they're talking about changing a lot of things, both
Right.
with the system and that lie outside of it,
Mm-hmm.
and then just acquiring rank points and how that actually works, and with
Right.
individual results as a problem. So that's another
Right.
big deal. Like, I'm glad they're pointing it out. So
I think they're trying to limit the whole grinding situation. I think that's what they're trying to get rid of. And then I guess he said in quote, improves the importance of the number of attacks. I'm trying to does he mean, because we all know Google Translate isn't always perfect, so
Some of it, when I was reading it over, it's like hard to comprehend.
what I
Just
what I
because
think
of the
about that
wording.
is the number of, maybe that's, just having to play more. Kind of what I'm.
maybe I think he was probably saying something about the number of like matches or whatever.
Because, well, right there, the first part. However, when trying to constantly aim for a higher point than
Right.
before, I'm
Mhm.
gonna read that myself. The
Mhm.
difficulty level suddenly increased because my skills were not enough. And then there's the part that improves the importance of the number of attacks, which I'm
Mhm.
guessing is the number of times you queue up.
Mhm.
I mean, that's kind of what we were talking about. But then the clan matches. So finally glad that they're gonna do something with clans other than just being a slightly extra reward to have people group together.
Mhm.
It's kind of
I'm very
exist.
happy to see they're doing that.
Come on for the rank clan matches.
Mhm.
Yeah. So it's gonna be interesting.
Because right now, like, what do we have? Like, all it is just we just have a
Leveling up.
clan with guys in it, and yeah, leveling.
Token every
And
now
then
and
you
then.
can you can queue up in a rating match.
I mean, you get rewards. It's not like completely
Yeah,
bad
well, you
thing.
can get the rewards, but like technically, if somebody worked hard enough, they can do that strictly all by themselves.
Mhm.
Like, it's not like there's nothing in regards to, like, let's say queue up as a group into raid or something and achieve like this score or something. It's all just basic. Some are harder than others, like getting assist score or total damage as a certain class type, or even
Mhm.
just simple like wins in that. So I'm actually excited to see the clan battles. I'm really
Mhm.
excited for that, just because it actually is going to be like team play. You're going to queue up,
Mhm.
hopefully, as a full. I still don't know if they're doing 5v5 or 6v6, but
From
Probably
what
be
it's
6.
Probably
from what
6.
it's looking like in the picture examples, it's showing 6. Because
okay, so they are going to go by that.
because it's showing that you've queued up with 6 friends or 6 clan members, and then you're queuing up with randoms.
Okay.
So I
Like,
think what they're going to do is that, you know how in rated you can do a custom sortie,
oh yeah.
and you can invite friends or clan members and then sortie through that way.
Yep.
That's what it's looking like, just for but this is going to be specifically for clan matches. So I think what they're going to do is you're going to go into a clan match, invite your clan members, and then open up the room to get, to fight another clan, I believe. Because the max you can do is a 6v6, but we all know you could have like what, 32 in a clan or something like that.
Yeah,
Not
it's
30.
30.
Yeah. So you can't have all your clan members go into a match. Also, they were well. Then again, we're sticking to. Are we? Yeah, okay, so we're still sticking with the development letter, and besides that, apparently we are going to be able to choose our navigators during
Well,
missions.
real quick too, before we jump like off of
Yeah.
clan,
Yeah,
the
sure.
clan stuff. I was just gonna say, like, I'm kind of hoping that the clan system fixes some of the issues that we saw with the. And sorry if like this was touched up already, you know, headset problems or whatever. So my bad. But I'm really hoping that this fixes the issue that we have with the most recent ranked match where it was 1v11. I personally think that the point system kind of forced everybody against each other, and if they
Most
if they
definitely.
make it to where it's more team oriented more so than like the kind of individual performance. Granted, the team like winning was a big factor in the points, but I think like definitely overall, like you got the most points from your individual performance in a game.
Mhm.
So I don't know, like I'm really hoping that some kind of adjustment with that, or at least making it to where like, you know, maybe streamline or make it more like team oriented, makes the point system a little bit better for the clan stuff, or at the very least. And I think in some cases it's kind of like it'll definitely be like a toss up. Like I think the point system is overall the problem. But like ideally with clan versus clan, we would remove the brackets as well, which will kind of, I don't know, like like I said, I think the point system created most of the issues, but with the clan thing, it'll help out some. What's up, Chad?
So, I want to bring up something about that. So, I'm wondering if they will get rid of the brackets, or instead of players, it's going to be by clans instead, and do some kind of clan rank points.
Wonder if they'll just
Interesting.
do well, because from what it seems to me, they're gonna, from the way I was reading it, this is gonna be something separate from the next actual rank.
Oh, okay.
So, but this is gonna be a clan ranked thing that's coming soon.
Oh yeah, because it's
So
not planned in the update till
I
because
think
it's not ready or something.
Yeah, I think it's planned for not this update, but the next one.
but the
I
interesting
think
thing
that's how
though,
he worded it.
I think
Yeah,
what
it'll
they're
be held
probably gonna
soon.
do is I wonder if they're gonna do like a top, you know, 100 clans or something. I don't know. Pick a number, you know, and those clans will then have a bonus to like CP. I'm really curious what the rewards would be, and what do you think the reward should be? Should that just be a clan point thing overall? Be the main reward for it, or and then
Well,
like
That's gonna be hard to say.
in terms of rewards, I would like them to expand on the rewards other than just DP and tokens. But that could lead to issues.
If they set up way too many kind of ranked only suits,
Yeah.
yeah, like let's say you're like a really good player, but you're not really a part of a like a good clan or something,
Mhm.
and or maybe you're not even a part of a clan, and you're kind of stuck in this clan versus clan match where there's no way possible for you to get the new suits. Then you're kind of out of luck completely.
Well,
That's oh, go ahead.
I'm hoping that that's going to be like an optional
I
for
mean like
you, either going in by yourself or going in as a clan for ranked, if they are
If
going to do
so,
that.
if it's the so since it says clan only clan match,
Mhm.
I'm assuming that you will not be able to join in on your own. You will have to be a part of a clan, and it
Right.
will probably have to be full clan matches. Like you can't just be like 3 of your clan members go into a match.
Mhm.
I'm guessing it has to be a full on.
Like
Your
group
whole
of
team has to
6.
queue up.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I'm sure
that
it's a 6-person group.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
but that's why I'm also thinking we're not going to see the brackets being taken away. I'm thinking we're still going to see the brackets, but it's going to be clan brackets. So like the top 5 or top 3 clans will get whatever we got this time around. I don't know what the rewards are going to be, so it's hard for me to say for that stuff.
Well, I don't think they would need a bracket system because I mean, essentially, the clan would act as like I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, the clan system would act as a bracket, right? Because it'd be like think of how like global worked was person against person. It'd just be clan against clan, and whichever like just think of it as like a global bracket, but instead of people, it's clans, and I think that makes sense. Because I don't think they would need a bracket system at that point. Well, they would technically have one. It'd just be the clan
Just
leaderboard.
one. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was
the only
saying.
reason
Like,
is-
just
oh,
do
sorry.
that. Well, no, I mean that's it. That's exactly what I
Oh.
was saying earlier.
But I'm only saying about the clan the bracket thing because if they set up rewards like the top 3 like they did for the individual, the clan bracket wouldn't be players. It'd be all the clans instead of individual players. So like we'd have I don't know, like we could have Gustav's clan in our same bracket.
Well, let me
And
ask
whoever-
you this, Chad.
Yo.
How do you think the point system would work?
Oh
I think
god.
that's like the linchpin for this discussion.
Yeah.
The very basic for what I'm thinking is going for, of course, more points for when you get a win. But
Well, no. Even more basic
Well,
than that.
n-
Let me
no,
put it into a two.
Okay.
Like I think it'll work in one of two ways.
Yep.
One being that the clan as a whole, like say like if we use this, just use the system that we have right now as a baseline, right? Like one would be the clan as a whole has three top games, and like whenever the clan joins into a match, that's one of their games, and they get points that way. Or it would be individual contribution. So which I don't see how it would work that way because it's 6v6. But maybe if they just let you do like a bunch of games, like it could be like where they limit the amount of clan matches you could do a day or something like that. I don't know. But like the other system would have some kind of method that they work out where it's individual contribution through the clan. So like let's say like there's still like a limit to matches that the clan can do, but the limit is set per person. So like each clan member can participate in 3 clan fights or something like that. Like granted that would incentivize more bigger clans.
It would.
Larger clans would dominate or whatever, but whether it's fair or not isn't really too relevant. Like then that would kind of make you have to move all your clan members in. And there could be a third way that I'm not thinking of, but I think the two systems are either like the entire, like the clan matches give the entire clan like points as a whole, or everybody's contribution and matches for those clan matches like give you a total or something like that.
Just cut
But
up for
I don't
me.
really know exactly how we want to do it.
That last part.
I was just saying, like, I think it'd be one of those two,
Okay.
pretty much.
The other thing too, the other idea that I just thought was like, what if your clan is essentially a team and they actually go with a rating system that's just more of a standard elo system? Kind of like what I was talking before with ranked, how it could go, only then you play and essentially you're playing as a team rather than think team as instead of clan. Interchange
I
that
see what you're
word.
saying.
And then
So
when
instead
you
of a
win,
point
you go
system,
up
you'd
10
be ranked by
elo.
your clan.
Yeah, you go up 10 elo, or then you go down 10 elo, depending on whether you win or lose. And then just, wherever you're playing, you just keep doing those increases and decreases. And there's a limit to what's the limit on clan size? I haven't hit that yet.
30.
30.
30, okay. Which that's something I
needs
need to
be
get
upped. I
into
hope they
is
plan to up it.
recruiting.
They
But I mean,
might increase it. But I don't know if that would be the right course of action at this moment.
well, then
I
that
think it
means
depends on how like the score system works.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
and in that case, there's 5 games that could be going on at one time with your clan, and then so either there's probably going to be some kind of grind fest, or it's going to be some kind of elo system. Is the two ways I see it right now. So it's essentially rated for clans or some kind of point system, which is pretty much what they've been trying to do with the ranked currently. And that one seems a little too grindy. And if they just do the elo system, then at that point the more wins you get, kind of just places you on a ladder, and it depends on how long it is. Again, that kind of favors having a longer session than just a week, but at the same time, that typically pretty much is a fairer way to do it, because if you are having a lot of wins, you don't have to play as much and you'll climb. And then the people that are playing a bit more, if they are winning as much as they could win, if they're really the top of the top, then they will push ahead of you, even if you get to like a high spot, and then like I'm not gonna play so I don't drop, kind of thing. Because I know that's a
Do you
tactic
think
been
would
before.
there be like no ceiling in that case?
I mean that they might even just take the ceiling off of the, like there wouldn't be like an N to A plus kind of thing. It would just be like A plus till whatever possibly, or whoever hits the cap first might, they might just keep it at the cap, and first person to hit it would be first. I don't know. That would be kind of weird actually, but I've seen
Yeah, I think they would
I've
have
seen
to
some
take away
take
the
it up to
cap at
like
all.
4,000, which takes a while to get there. And the other thing is too is then if you do get that high and they make it like a standard elo system, then you're going to be sitting there with your 5 friends waiting for about 3 hours before you get that game. And then you wait there 3 hours and then you get that game.
Yeah, that's kind
So-
of, I don't know exactly how it would work, but like I personally think they're going to stick with a point system for clan as well. Like your
Probably.
idea is interesting, I think, and like obviously from what I said, it wasn't anything I was considering, but I probably just don't play enough of those. But that's interesting. Like I think that'd be an interesting way to do it. I just don't see how they would implement it with their system, but they could always add a new one. But
Well,
I
and then-
personally think it's going to be some kind of point-based system, and
Yeah,
not like an
probably.
EOL system, but like some
Yeah.
kind of like grinding kind of system.
Oh yeah, that's what I see too. Like the other thing is though is what could be really cool is if they do that kind of team kind of idea with their own ranking, like a team rank setup. Then at the end of it, if they had to go on for like a month or two, oh look, we have top 10. Hey, let's go ahead and have them compete in this tournament and cash prize at the end. Yeah, there we go. That'd be kind of cool.
God.
Cash prize, yeah.
That'd be kind of
Cash
interesting.
prize.
I don't know about
I
that
think-
cash,
I
but
think you have to see a tournament. I think that they would tournament for that. They would probably want to.
Oh no, well what I'm
Um,
saying is that well that's what I'm
just-
saying. Like the top 10 they would like essentially fly them out for an event kind of thing, and or maybe hopefully they wouldn't disqualify NA teams, but with a NA release,
I think we'd have to have the game out first. Like,
yeah.
I could see them.
So
if the Western release isn't out, like I could see it not being a thing, especially
Yeah.
since nobody's playing yet.
but I mean eventually if they did make it kind of like the team kind of idea rather than just clan, then literally you send a full 6 people, pick a full 6 roster, and then they finally do a tournament based on the clans that way. I mean that's what I've seen a lot of. Anything that has had clans and they've finally turned it into an actual esport. So that'd be pretty interesting if they went that, because they seem to want to
Like
make
WoW.
it competitive. Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I just wonder if they would be maybe I just don't keep up with the sports stuff. Do you think they would have a scene like that so soon after the GDBP3 whatever?
Maybe
happened?
not,
Or does
but I
do you think
mean,
it matters?
Yeah.
I mean this could be like a stepping stone though, at least.
Right, to
So,
get to that point later.
Yeah. So I mean we'll just have to see how they actually set it up. But I think it's probably not going to go that direction, and it's probably just going to be a grind fest in some way for points. And that's what I see it as. That's most likely. Like, if I was going to bank on either of these two, I would say like 90% that, and then 10% what I was saying for an elo system. I mean, just for the
Yeah,
not
but
even
honestly,
looking at the
like,
team thing, but just the elo system. I'm like, come on, please. But I doubt they'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just considering the region the developers are from. Like,
Yeah.
The JP games love their grind fest, so I think we'll end up seeing something like that.
Yeah, for sure, probably. But
Trying to see if they mention anything about the change.
I will bring up this one thing about like the clan matches. As Chase says, cannot wait for Team No Pants versus Team Two Pants.
Oh my god.
I know we need some more boys in Team Two Pants. Team Two Pants might be at a bit of a disadvantage.
I mean,
It's not
just
because like one group is better or worse. It's just like we have like superior numbers.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I'm either going to be recruiting for mine, or who knows? I might jump ship. But I'll have to be like, sorry, friends that I've known since for a while.
Isn't the captain supposed to go down with the ship?
Well, I'm actually not the cap. I'm just a officer. So I mean,
Well,
you
if
know,
if you know these people, everyone's welcome to Team Two Pants.
but
Team No Pants is steadily rising. Once we can pressure the developers to add more clan slots, we're just gonna squeeze everybody together anyway.
Yep.
I
That would be
really hope
nice
they
if
do
we-
increase it a bit
Mhm.
because 30 is just it fills up way too quick.
Oh yeah, because there's more than 30 players in the
Oh,
whole
yeah.
game anyway. So
Sometimes
seeing
doesn't
how
feel
it-
like it, but for sure.
but I mean, like
It's
sometimes the
insane.
limit though is I don't know. The limit is very interesting when they do that kind of thing.
Mhm.
And if they are going to try to push any kind of team kind of thing like that, that might be one of the reasons that they do a limiting of just 30. That's another. Which also
That's
too,
true.
a lot of times it's depends on how they set up their database too. So
Right.
that can just be
And
another
they
thing.
definitely had something along the lines of a clan battle in mind when they made the clans. Because I mean, when they were like when they put out like the big notice about it, two of the things they mentioned in the actual notice was clan missions and clan like battles. So I
Mhm.
mean, this isn't like something that was just like sprung up out of nowhere. They said that they wanted to do clan battles. So there's always the consideration that they had some kind of structure in mind for the clan size to do clan battles. So that's always a consideration.
Yeah.
How I looked at it was, remember way back when they first started like the whole invite thing? Like this was
Mhm.
way back. I guess like probably about what, 5-6 months by now. Maybe not that long, but it feels like it. When they first started like the whole invite system to rating matches, I kind of figured that we would start going into the direction towards clans, because why would you have an invite system in rating matches but not have your clan system out quite yet? So I kind of figured everything's just kind of doing a snowball effect to whatever their end goal is.
Well, I mean, I
So
feel
I
like most
guess.
games want a friend system first, so it makes
Yeah.
sense that they do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was really surprised there wasn't a way to invite somebody. I was just like, I just remember sitting there and with the how bad the queue system was before, it was just like,
Right.
okay, we're queuing in. Okay, I found a group of 2 guys. They're just sitting here. Okay, nobody. Okay, I'm backing out. Let's queue again. Okay, let's queue again. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. And just trying to find games with somebody was just atrocious.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
How
That's
long ago was
interesting.
that queue system?
I thought it got implemented before the beginning of this year, but I mean, it seems like that's not the case. I can't remember exactly when it came out, but it could have been like maybe it was in February or something. I can't
yeah,
remember.
it wasn't long. It wasn't
The
too long. It was about a month or so, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. They're actually improving
the
shit.
You
invite.
realize it didn't work
Yeah.
properly.
And then yeah,
Yeah.
and then you just couldn't like get anybody in your own like. There's a problem here. Your connection or something. I'm like, and I was just like, okay, let's make 2 exact same, new accounts and see what happens. And
Mm-hmm.
and it had some weird thing to do with the rating thing. And then as soon as they split space and ground, it was good. Like it just kind of worked as soon as they split that. So I feel like one was interfering with the other because like after I started playing, because I'd be like, okay, well and that was my third account. After I started playing, it was like, okay, I'll go ahead and play this just in space so that we can keep queuing on ground and like or no, I was doing it was like doing quick. Did I do quicks at the time? No, yeah. As soon as the split happened, we started doing that, and it just was working completely. Yeah, that's what it was. And I
Well,
was just like, maybe this was the change because then
when
all accounts work.
when the update where they split ground and space, they also had a note that they said that when they did this, they said that they were in fact working on the invite system regardless. So I think I will agree with you. I think the whole point of splitting ground and space did help a lot. But I think even if they didn't split ground and space, I think they were working on the invite system regardless of that, because they knew that they were getting complaints about the invite system to begin with.
Yeah, I think there's just too much variance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, the only way I could ever queue before they did the split, though, is pretty much making a new account and just playing with somebody like that. And even then, if there was just a single game played or two, just
You
where
couldn't
your
queue
rating
anymore,
fluctuated,
yeah.
you just pretty much couldn't play anymore.
Yeah, because we had matches where like I would play with people and we would win, and like we would try to re-queue for the next game, and it literally one person couldn't get back in or something like that.
Oh yeah.
So
Now that I think was their just
it was always
horrible
pretty
net code. That was. I think that was more of that case.
and probably not wrong, because I mean,
that still happens. Like, and then a lot of times you have to restart the entire game, and then once you start the game back
yeah,
up,
blow on the cartridge.
yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, I'm pretty hyped for it. Like, I've been wanting a full team versus a full team thing. We actually had a group of 4 versus a group of 3 yesterday. That was pretty legit. So yeah. And also they expanded that, so now you don't have to just, and they changed the wording too, which was kind of interesting. Is that before it said you have to be queued with 2 and a group of 2 or 3 and 3. Then they said, I would have to look it up to see what it says right now, but it's something close, or I forget the word that it got translated to. But they changed it. I was like, oh, I wonder if we can queue with 2 as a group of 2 into a group of 3, and then yeah. So as long as you're within 1, a 3 can find a group of 2, or a 3 can find a group of 4. So.
Yeah, all they're really checking for is group versus group, not like 2v2 or
Mhm.
3v3 or whatever.
And that's what they were doing right at the beginning, though. It was just the 3v3, and I was just like, that's not going to help. But
yeah, it'll be good.
Yeah. Any other thoughts?
Want to talk? I'm good. I'm ready to talk about operators.
Okay, yeah. Like, like, as soon as I started, like, a friend of mine mentioned a thing about, like, changing the what you launch out of is kind of like a cosmetic thing. I was like, people started talking about that. It devolved into just talking about a water map. But then I think somebody said in it or whatever. But either way, something just happened. It would be like another cosmetic thing would be like if we could just have some other voice in the background talking.
GPS
And I was just
does it
like,
already.
I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, like an operator thing. And then yeah, and then as soon as I was reading this, I was like, oh, there it is.
It took them long enough. I'm surprised it took them this long.
Oh yeah,
That's like an easy one.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think what it was is that was just kind of left on the back burner while they were trying to work on everything else.
Yeah, make the game better before you release
yes,
Right.
Cosmetics for sure. For those who don't know, the current operator that everybody has is Carrie Cadbury, which is the person. It's the woman you talk to whenever you start a match. And the ones they're talking about adding are Oldham Coda, who is the gentleman in the tie that you never talk to unless you're ranking up. He's over there by Neidhart, who gives you your. I usually call him Dad because he gives me my allowance every day. But he's got an eye patch that gives you money.
I call him
And-
not Nick Fury.
Right.
I've never heard that nickname before until recently, but I could see where you're saying that. And the other one is Nighthard Heidegger, who, like I said, is the guy that gives you money in the video game. But they're going to be the two operators that they're going to add. I like that they aren't making you pay for them.
Well,
Mhm.
You just have
so
to unlock them.
the one there, the not Nick Fury. The way I was reading it, if I would stop scrolling past shit, if I'm reading it right, is he a reward from ranked match or from clan
No,
match?
it looks like he's a reward for being a certain player rank, from what I can tell.
Interesting.
well, the result of the clan match schedule to be
Oh
implemented
well, it does say
in the
it's
future.
10th rank group. I don't know.
So
Maybe it is
that's what
top
I'm
10 in the
wondering.
next rank. I don't know. Oh, I think
I
I'm
kinda
thinking of.
hope not.
I think Oldham is the promotion operator unlock, and you unlock Nightheart by doing well in rank match in the next one. That actually makes sense.
Oh, if you're an
Yeah,
ensign.
promotion. Yep, promotion of ensign. And then if you're in clan. Oh, so it'll be the results of the clan match when the clan matches start.
Potentially, is what it looks like, which is kind of interesting. Because if you want to think about it like that, just touching back on the clan stuff, like 10th rank group rating, that kind of maybe incentivize or hints that they may be doing a clan bracket as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like they may still do like brackets within clans and do a like global clan ranking as well. Yeah, that's interesting.
If so, in a way that kind of sucks, just because like I would really love him to be my operator, so we gotta win some games.
Oh yeah, Team No Pants will get in there for sure. We will have not Nick Fury as you call it. Here, I'll play the they actually have like recordings of the characters talking and stuff too. I'll play it on my side.
Mm-hmm.
You guys probably can't hear it though if you want to do it on your end.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do it. Why not? Here we go.
There's just a video and everything, but it's just the character talking. Oldham is pretty funny because it's just this GM potatoing with the beam spray gun.
Video wants to load for me.
Yeah, video won't load for me. It's like
Because I know it worked on my phone. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Now it's about for. God damn it. Love you too, internet.
Sometimes these won't work if I'm
too much running
streaming.
at once.
Well,
Ron, you are in a hardcore top 10 clan, silly
God,
person.
it's loud.
I agree though. I was actually going to lead into what Chad is saying. Like I'm personally waiting for this to kind of transition into like, you know, popular Gundam characters voice acting as an operator. Like I want Daddy Bright to slap me at the end of a match when I lose, you know. Let's go ahead and get like, you know, the base camp regulars are cool and all, and I think it's a good starting point, but let's get some like characters that need some payroll up in here. I don't mind depending on who it is, I don't mind. That's okay. He does
That would be cool.
they're saying like Bright's original voice actor is dead, which, you know, rest in peace. But I mean,
wow, really?
he's already an operator in GVS. You know,
Yeah,
maybe they can sound clip it.
Yeah, I was about to say, pull some.
They might have enough to make it work.
Yeah, I was thinking, you know, having Shark curse you out every time you like screw up.
Well, I think we'd probably see more like operator characters. Who's the redhead operator that everybody is it Nina? Like there's like one that's like really popular that's from one of the side games.
Oh, I know exactly who you're talking. Okay, from
like I'm pretty sure.
Looks like a redhead operator.
Oh,
here she is. Here she is.
I know who you're talking.
I found a picture of her, but like it doesn't have her name.
I mean, Char would just laugh at you every time you lose.
Hold on a second.
No, you'd probably be like, "How dare you?"
Can you see it? It's I put her over Magnum's face. Chat.
Oh yeah,
that chick is who I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I could definitely see her being put in the game. Yep, I can definitely see that.
Oh well, okay. I was thinking of her, but like it might be Maureen Kitamura as well. Like one of those two characters.
Oh yeah.
Like I know there's one that's like got like a big fandom.
Oh, I can see Maureen being put in.
Her too.
I can see Frau being put in actually.
Oh, Frabo for sure.
Oh yeah.
They can go throw Haro in while they're at it.
Oh
Sayla,
gosh.
Let's see if I can
Sayla most definitely
get her face on there, but it's too low. Wait, hold on a second. We in there.
Let's see.
That chick.
Yeah. Sayla. I don't think putting Nina in would be a good idea. She would probably just be like whining about the GBO2 being beaten up.
Dude, like, even bad waifus are still waifus. Don't underestimate the power of you know, waifu hunters.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, as long as I make Hamon Karn talk to me, like, let's go.
She'd be like, "How dare you like blow up in front of the Duchess or whatever."
There we go. We need a Hamon in the game.
I
Let's
agree.
go.
Oh, what about what's her face from Thoroughbred's side store? I can't remember her name.
Was it not the operator? Oh no, the one I linked was from something else. I know who you're talking about too. I mean, there's a lot of good options.
Yeah.
I think SEMA would be pretty cool. Like,
Oh my
Oh,
gosh!
yes.
Having
There's a lot of cool ones.
operator.
Aina. I mean, there's a lot of neat little options.
So what do we do? Get Shiro and all he does is yell, "Haina!" in your
Well, I don't
ear?
think we see main characters. Like, I think they would keep it to like, you know,
Side
literal
the
support
side ones,
characters.
yeah.
Side characters.
You know, like if we're talking about like Double 83, like Nina comes to mind.
Yeah.
Maybe Keith could be an operator.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, that'd be
I could see
cool.
Keith being an operator. Who else? I wonder if they'll add. I know this might be a long shot of a.
The Noel is her name, yeah.
I know that this is going to be a long shot, but I wonder if they'll ever add like subtitles to the operators, like whenever they're speaking during like either missions.
Oh, in a match.
Or
That could
yeah,
be a thing
like,
for the US release.
I kind of hope they do that because I really don't know what they're like.
Because-
What's her name's yelling at the moment?
I can pick out a few words, but like I said, I can't figure out most of it. Most of it is like, "Hey, you did a good job, keep it up," or "Hey, don't screw up," or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's stuff like, you know, your team needs your help.
Yeah.
Good job. I can't believe you did that. It's just stuff like that. Somebody's planted the bomb at your base.
was gonna
Mobile
say
suit
bomb
has been
plan.
stolen.
Artillery.
Stuff like that.
Ace has been killed. Ace has made a kill. Ace is in danger.
They selected.
Ace selected. I think time period to ace selection. But I think they worded that a little bit differently. Oh yeah, time period until like base enhancement, I guess you can call it.
But there's a lot of potential for operators for sure. And I think it's a good addition. Just little stuff like that really doesn't change the game, but kind of generates that can potentially generate additional revenue. I think is welcome. You need to put things in for the whales to splurge on. They're the only ones that can hear it, but you know that's all that matters.
I don't think it's only for like that stuff too. Like some of this could be implemented as ranked rewards, and that doesn't always have to. I feel it doesn't always have to be like an exclusive suit or something. Because at a certain point, they're going to start implementing suits into rank that are probably going to be overpowered at some point. Like that are better than other suits, which you have no access to if you didn't get top rank. I feel like that will eventually come if they do plan to do more of these ranked matches, like they're already doing a second one or third in November.
Hoping
That's the
not
plan.
a thing.
Yeah,
I think they'll definitely do that. I don't think everything's gonna be paywalled.
Yeah, I think I think at some point, maybe like 2 or 3 years or something like that, I think they'll probably have some pretty high tier suits. Not now, but like way down the road, I can see like 450 suits being handed out or 500.
Like I can see if they want to implement like a really good suit, I can see that. But if it completely rivals, like let's say, I don't know, let's say the next rank they release a raid, a 250 raid, because right now 250 raids are like destroyed by Camus, pretty much. Let's say they release a raid that can just dominate at that range. Well, that's locked off to anybody who is like top tier or whatever. I hope they don't do something like that. I hope it ends up being like sort of equal. Like it can be powerful. Like don't make it crap. Like make it powerful, but not like too powerful where it just can wipe the floor with every other raid, like every other suit of that class.
Right.
I'm hoping it doesn't devolve into that.
I mean, I hope they eventually just put, I mean, as long as it eventually comes into the ticket shop and eventually it's in the DP
Yeah.
store, then that's fine. For some suit to be
DP store will
kind
probably
of.
be a stretch.
Mhm.
Because
I mean,
they've definitely shown that they'll keep things tickets only. So
oh
they'll
really?
keep these
Okay.
rewards.
I
Oh
thought
yeah, for
eventually
sure.
everything.
Oh, yeah.
The GS is still ticket only, for
Yep.
instance.
Yeah,
Crown
the
Gundam.
GS, the Fritz helms are still tickets.
Level 1 for its own, thankfully, went DP.
Oh, it did.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's the only reason why I have it is because it was released into DP, but that's the only Fritz Helm. The other two are ticket locked.
oh, the Zaka 2S used to be ticket only.
Oh, I think. Wait, I think the Type S is
Oh.
still ticket only.
Not the level 1.
Wait, what?
Oh, was it DP? Nice.
Are you
I
serious,
thought.
motherfucker?
Oh, hold on.
I gotta go grab that.
Hold on. Before. Let me double check here.
But
I can
I
easily.
guess while he's looking, because we did kind of go off on a tangent from the operators.
Yeah.
Just some kind of
We actually
rewards.
did.
Like I think it'll be good. I think the odds of us seeing people that they would have to go and record new voice lines for might be low. Like we'll definitely go through the entire base camp first. Like I mean,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that goes without saying.
Mhm.
Honestly, if we're gonna be completely realistic, I'm ready to slaughter all of my teammates to get Tenda as an operator. None will survive. But Nightheart's pretty good too. Like I think Nightheart will be good. Tim and Tenda are probably like the two I want. They're they're easily the coolest characters in the base camp, in my
Mhm.
opinion. So am I getting that? And screw Katarina, I think her name is. The
lottery
the
girl.
chick that the one to give tokens to.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
she just she gets shunned by association with the lotto. So
Yeah.
you
Yep.
know, it feels bad, man. And same thing for oh man, I still have trouble remembering her name. The Hangar
Hangar
girl.
girl.
Oh, Leona.
Leona,
You're
yeah.
giving
Yeah.
her the hate, really?
Yeah,
Why are
man,
you giving
Leona's
her?
lazy. Leona's lazy. She did nothing
she
for like the
takes-
first. She did nothing for an entire
I mean,
year.
that's
the
true.
only thing is I'm gonna like if she becomes an operator, I'm probably going to, but like the only reason why I'm gonna select her is just to like as soon as instead of hearing Sugoi, you're gonna hear the whatever noise she makes whenever you put up a 3-star.
Hey, I'm gonna give her credit.
Legendary.
I'm gonna give her credit because last week I had 3 suits or 4 suits in a hangar, and all 4 get great success.
Bro, she has nothing to do with that. Just like how people might be like,
I don't know.
Blum.
You
She
gotta
was
slip her
preparing
some
the
money,
Hangar for the entire year. She stands out front the entire time. Do you see those NPCs walking around on the ground? Like when you look over the rail past her, like they're the ones doing all the work.
Yeah. When you're not there, she's like, "Get back to work," and throws a wrench at him, man.
Heck
Like,
yeah, she's throwing that tablet thing she has at people. It was like, what are you doing?
They had to pay to replace it.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, like seriously though, that it's crazy how high pitched that sound she makes is. Just saying, like, crap, dude. It's just a 3-star suit.
That's
Yeah,
a big deal,
three
dude.
stars.
You got incredibly lucky and managed to get one. Someone should be excited about it.
Okay, touche. Not have my cloud dom or whatever the GH, like how I passed that up. Oops.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when I got that,
She's
I accidentally hit the button, and I was just like, I was about to like be hype as all get out, and then like I hit the button by accident when I went to do this, and it was just like, oh man, that I was just like, oh, I broke it. Like I wanted to
I
be
will laugh
hype.
even more if she has a some kind of crazy voice line for anybody who puts Zeong in it, because Maniac will never get to experience that.
Didn't he? Oh no. Oh right. I see what you're
Yeah,
talking about. But yeah. Don't worry,
what
buddy.
luck,
YouTube
man.
exists.
Yeah.
We'll record it for you.
Oh man. So
When you put the Zeong in, she's like, the release date for the GOG is XXX. Next GOG day.
oh
Chosen
my
Zeta's coming
gosh.
out.
Seriously though,
We'll
if
be putting Zeta Gundam in today.
if GOG is not in on next GOG day, like I feel like there's actually going to be a riot.
Oh yeah, no, there will. There'll definitely be a riot from the Japanese. They're going to be
better
like,
be on a Thursday in Japan then.
because all
They
this,
could be waiting
I
for
could,
that.
like honestly, like we haven't. Isn't that like one of the? We have almost every Marine suit, right? No, we don't, because we don't have the Agu guy.
We also need a Zoc.
Yeah.
Zoc is love, man.
There
Gang
it is.
life. I'm ready to catch that watery beast.
Just watch it.
Well
Ends up being
played.
a hidden suit of the Agu guy. Get a tentator.
I'm
But,
still down for GOG with Zoc banner with GOG as a shadow suit.
It's a
I'm
shadow,
ready.
yeah. Let's
Oh
do
my
I
it,
would
man.
like both.
I'm right there. Let's go. But anyway, next on the list of stuff, custom matches are changing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God. It's a nightmare. Like God.
So
I hate setting up custom matches right now. It's so bad.
so currently, host creates a room. Participants enter room. The specific number of people are aligned. Team formation starts. Automatic transition. Host input required. Team confirmation. All members are ready to dispatch. And then now they said they're going to correct it. Flow until the sortie after the update. Host creates a room. Participants enter the room. The specific number of people are aligned. Start team formation. Host input required. So you're still going to have to show who's going where. So that's okay. I'm actually kind of surprised that that's a thing. I was kind of hoping to see that you could like change everything, unless they're actually going to say it here later. But team formation, host input required, confirm team, all members ready for dispatch. Dispatch. So there's actually a dispatch button now. Is that it?
Here's
Rather than
what's
just the
going on.
timer ticks down.
Right. So here's what's going on. The host will have full control of what the room will be now.
Oh, okay. To make sure that okay. So they
Right,
are
so
making
that
sure that
they-
you can. Okay, cool. Never mind.
So
Awesome.
So what it's going to be is that you get to start the timer if you are the host.
Okay.
So instead of how we did in matches where everybody has to leave. So like let's say Emblem makes a room, right?
Yeah.
And he does specific settings and then opens up the room and has everybody come in, right? And then we get the max amount, and then somebody says, hey, let's change the room or change the map. Well, somebody has to leave. Now we can change the settings while everybody's still in there.
Yeah, I
And
pretty
then
much
we
read the
can
wrong
confirm
section.
it.
I was expecting that section to actually say what you just said, but it doesn't say that till after it, because I was like, wait, all
Yeah.
that says is that they just put in a dispatch button.
No.
Rather than yeah.
So
Kinda awkward.
basically, you can get everybody in, and then the host can do whatever he wants. And then whenever the host is ready, or whenever everybody else is ready, the host can start the match.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody has to have their ready up button going, and then the host gets a dispatch button, and then you take off.
Yep. That's what's going to happen.
So that's pretty
That's
cool.
gonna be a nice little change, actually.
Yeah, and they even show
It's gonna
some
help out.
example pictures too. Yeah, I mean that's gonna be amazing, dude. Like for real.
Yeah.
Like it's so annoying to have to remake the room just to change like team size, cost, whatever.
Now
And
I don't know if it'll allow.
And that's what I was gonna look here, but I don't know if the team size thing works.
I was about to say I don't think we'll be allowed to change room size yet.
Very good quality of life update, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
I thought that was your favorite part about friggin' hosting rooms right there.
Too bad he can't hear us.
Oh, that's true. Fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
God damn it. I keep forgetting about the headset thing. Yep.
That's funny.
But so I'm reading here to
pretty
see if I see
happy.
anything on the team size thing, but I think the only thing, yeah, that probably won't be implemented yet.
Mm-hmm.
But to make sure the rules and maps can be changed when going out in a series of battles.
Yes. So
So that's the. So we might not be
that's
able to change the
basically what it
size of the
is.
room, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I'm just making sure that it doesn't actually. If there is something about team size change, that would be amazing if they could do that. If not, then they got
I
one
think
more
that
step to go.
I was about to say I think they might be working on that because this is an overhaul to the custom matches. Like this is a legit overhaul. So I think we'll probably have to wait maybe a few more updates for like something like you said, like to have more customizations for it. I think this is just the groundwork for what's to come.
Oh yeah.
So and I can tell you this, like the minute I started reading this, I was happy. I was so happy because I'm just thinking, how many times have we like screwed up in a custom match and said, "Oh, I got to change some settings," or somebody needs to drop out so I can change this and that.
Well, it's
So
not only that, the countless times where everybody backs out of the previous game and like Emblem
oh
or
yeah,
whoever's hosting doesn't get to change it quick enough.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
It's
that
gonna make
too.
that stuff easier.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like this is gonna be huge already.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys think we'll ever get options to change the settings for the matches themselves, like timer, like increase the time limit of matches and any of
I
that stuff?
think I think that may come because when you do this was for the 1 year anniversary. The one or was it an update or two before the 1 year anniversary when they customized the training grounds? Maybe this was like maybe a month before the anniversary. But in when they customized the training ground, what you can do is pick the map. So basically, it'll act like you're making a room. You can pick a
Okay.
map. You can pick cost. You can pick the time. Now, this is a new one. You can pick a time limit for your training. So you can be there as long as you want or as short as you want. And then you can pick the cost. So let's say you want to grab out, your GBO2, but you want to fight some 300 cost suits. You can just set the AI to 300 cost suits. And then there's another part that they added was the AI function. The AI function was huge also. Now, you can set, hey, you want the AI to actually active, so you want them to go out and try to act like it's a real battle, which the AI needs way more improvement. But
They're pretty
Mm.
potato.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
the AI needs way more improvement. But but I think that's what they're trying to implement more into the custom matches. I think that's going to transfer over at some point.
Yeah, it'd be cool to just have some okay bot games, especially for new players to come in and just play against.
Mm-hmm.
Like to actually have a proper training mode that people can kind of get a little bit more out of than what we currently have.
Mm-hmm.
At least they can fight against people that fight back. Like,
That's true.
I'm not saying
Right.
it's the best, but it's definitely better than just beating on test dummies.
Yeah, that's true for sure.
I know. I feel like customs kind of fills that role to some degree, though. Like,
Right.
Oh
in
yeah.
quick match.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Although I don't think it was covered. For what you guys were kind of discussing earlier, but I personally hope that they add a additional randomizing function to the
Oh
team.
yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
Because
for
right
sure.
now it randomizes based on uh like skill level and maybe connection or whatever.
think-
Like
I
it,
think
it tries to make the teams balanced. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's more. I think I think the point of their randomizer is, I believe, is hooked up to their same randomizer as they use in rating. Um, it's supposed to be random, but that doesn't. And two, I believe it focuses more on connection and what your rating is. So the better connection, the better the rating. Most likely, you're going to be on the better team.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely not true random. It's pseudo
It's
random
not.
for
Yeah,
sure. They even said it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, I think that'll probably. I don't know. Maybe it'll get better. Maybe not.
Well, I think what they should do is, and kind of just continuing with what I was saying, is add a second random option. Like I think having a balanced randomizer is fine, but they should also have a true randomizer as well. Because I feel like the balanced one works better for rooms that have a swinging door, like just standard custom matches. But whenever you have anything like and maybe I'm speaking from a vacuum where we have like the viewer matches going on and there's not a lot there might not be a lot of people that like transition in and out, but in the case of that, true random would be awesome because the rooms don't always fluctuate, and
Mhm.
eventually it gets to the point to where I'm like, this person was on that team, the normal default, and like if I put these two on separate teams, we'll get a different random and stuff like that. I mean, it
Right.
just sucks to have to do that. I like to be able to just say like true random or fun or whatever, and have like a randomizer that I don't have to like play with every match.
Mhm.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Like when I was doing some group games before, like when I first got into this, that was pretty much the guild that I'm with. There was quite a few of us playing, and we would just do custom games, do 3v3s or 4v4s or whatever. And yeah, I would have the same issue. I'd have to split this guy over here, then boom, it would fill it in differently. And yeah, I agree. That was obnoxious to do every time. Because then you're like, wait, did I do this already? You play 10 games and you're like, I've already done this combination, right? Was this last time? That kind of thing. So,
Mhm.
and also maybe have a way to change it eventually, like just change it on the fly kind of deal. Like that would be kind of interesting if they set it up to be that customizable.
What do you mean?
Like after you hit the button to randomize the teams, only it's like, well, these ended up actually being the exact same. So now, like, okay,
Oh,
I'm gonna
yeah, just to
move
randomize it
you,
again.
and then I'm gonna move you and just switch you to, or even do it again.
Oh.
Be able to
Like,
be able to
I
do a
think,
round two.
yeah, I see what you're saying. They should just, I think to do that, they should just add a function to back out of the ready up screen and go back to the main lobby. And I think that would fix that, assuming they had like a true random
Yeah,
function added in.
for sure.
Another interesting thing you guys are talking about, like the training stuff that chat's talking about, is like a free play mode where it's just kind of like you can essentially like create an open lobby and people can just join in and play.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
Which I think would be interesting. I kind of think I kind of think Simple Battle should be something like that. Like for instance, when they released it, I always thought Simple Battle. I think Simple Battle should have been a free for all.
Oh
Honestly,
yeah,
like I don't like that it's still has a team mechanic. I think free for all would have been much more hectic and as a like weekend event a little bit more fun because it's different. Like, could you imagine doing stuff like that? I mean, there might be certain suits that just can't be played. Like, I could see all the supports just getting bullied, but maybe that's not the case. But just like having a little like impromptu like what's the word I'm looking for, like treaties or whatever, alliances
oh yeah.
with like
make a quick
players.
alliance in the lobby or something.
Yeah, you're on like city map and some cute supports like up on the building, and like you and this like Ray just kind of like look at each other,
Look at each other,
at
yeah.
him, and just like go at him and just like and then you just like murder each other afterwards, like something along those lines. Like I think a free for all would be pretty sick. And then
That
we
can
can
still
start
happen,
talking
though.
about battle royale.
They could.
Oh yeah,
Oh
for sure.
god, they could still implement new,
Battle Royale.
emotes. Let's not do battle royale. Come on now. No.
Hey, Gustav was theory crafting it last.
Oh
last
yeah,
episode.
yeah,
He
it
was
was.
he was talking about like them adding systems where like you could throw and drop weapons, and like mobile suits could like pick up like acquire weapons off the ground. And I was like, whoa, Gustav, that's Gundam Battle Royale, dude. Let's slow down.
Hey, I will say though, it is just kind of really funny that you have all these weapons that in you know, it's just like, oh well, anything could pick this up because it's, you know, a Zaku machine gun. It doesn't take, you know, power from the said suit or whatever. And it's just like, why can't I put this on this thing? Or my favorite, you know, every other, as far as just like the millions of the same essentially beam saber that you got to collect. It's like, oh, I got another beam saber. That's probably tickets. Wait, it's new? Don't I have like 50 different level 4s already? But yeah, it's kind of funny that some weapons aren't interchangeable. I mean, I know it's game balance and you kind of have to do that, but still, it's just this kind of funny thing of the one of the weirdest things for breaking canon sometimes. It's just that right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially since like most GM variants use the same beam saber technically.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why you couldn't just go like, oh hey, there's this random beam saber on the ground. Oh yeah, you just pick that up. Hey, look, I'm dual wielding.
Or it's just like you know, you have the whatever insert projectile gun that doesn't actually take power from the suit kind of thing, and it's just like
right, like any machine gun.
yeah,
type,
yeah. It's like, oh, I can't. I don't know how to use that. I don't know how to pilot this thing with that. I'm sorry, man. I can't. You know, push this and it pulls the trigger. I mean, I don't know, man. I haven't been trained. Even though I can pilot that entire other suit, I can't touch that gun on this suit, man. That's just weird.
I'm a GM. I can't touch this MMP80, man. I can't.
But
Yeah, that's definitely a whole other system. I mean,
yeah, well,
you
that's
could be,
what
like,
I was when I
Random
first got
upgrade
in.
guy for sure. They can't even do pilots on mobile suits because it costs too much system strain. Like, let's not even think about weapons lying on the ground that will be picked up.
Oh yeah,
Like,
well
the
for
servers
sure,
probably
not
couldn't
that.
handle it. They'd explode. There'd be like an explosion or somewhere.
We had the explosion at the PSN database.
But like when I
All of a
first
sudden it
started,
catches fire.
this is fine.
This is fine.
But like when I first started playing the game, though, I was like, oh my gosh, so we could customize this stuff. Oh man, am I gonna be able to just put like whatever machine gun on this? And I was like, oh no, that's weird.
Well,
But I
oh
get
my
it.
gosh.
You know, well, I mean, again, it's game balance, so like, you know, it's
Right.
like it makes sense. But it's just like it was just this weird concept to me, just when I first started playing.
But going back onto, oh my gosh, let me just change out parts. Oh my gosh. This is gonna take me back to the one thing. So some people are just funny. Having like something like MS Saga's like part changing thing. So MS Saga could be just called pre-breaker. Uh because that's really what it was. You can change, you know, you can have like a Dom carrying like a Gundam beam rifle or something like that, and like people are like, "Could we do that in this game?" And I'm thinking in the back of my hand, "Yeah, let me just throw this level 1 gym with a Gundam beam rifle and let it throw out there in the matches there. That'll be balanced."
The game would be
Don't need game balance.
so broken.
Who needs balance?
Oh man.
Barely
but
there already.
speaking of customizing, though, the next thing on the list is customizing our character a bit more.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
That's an awesome transition.
You can
Wow.
put so you can put the mark stuff essentially on your gear now.
Yep.
So
I think it's a good addition.
that's pretty cool.
It's a
Finally, I
nice
can
little
run
small feature, though.
Yay, I can finally run around with Midnight Fenrir on my chest.
Yeah, it's
There you
definitely
go.
more for the social aspect of people who hang around in base camp. No one's gonna notice that in a real match except for you. But
Unless Did they specifically say that it's for base camp?
Oh no.
Well, no,
I
it'll
more
be in
mean, like,
matches, but like you're
it's a social aspect, you know.
Right, I get that, but I was
like
just
unless you just get
curious
known
if,
for bomb planting and then everybody sees that it's you and
Yeah, I recognize that. I recognize the back of that backpack.
Wait
It's
a
him.
minute.
it's
He has a Midnight Fenrir on his chest. I know who that is.
could he be a new
Are you
type?
the base bomber?
No, that's my brother right over there. Who also
Could he
has the
be
Midnight
a
Fenrir
new type?
crest.
Oh my god.
Could he be
Can I put it on my butt?
the Red Comet?
The Red Comet. Oh my gosh.
But yeah, so I mean, cool. I mean, that's my thoughts on it.
It's a good addition. There are definitely
Mhm.
people who like really like the in base camp social aspect of the game.
Oh yeah,
I've only bought like glasses from the DP store cosmetic stuff, and that's after I literally had every single part, mobile suit and weapon out of the DP shop.
Mhm.
But like outside of that, like I could care less. Like if they give me the free stuff, I'll change my cosmetics. But there are definitely people who care about that, and like I'm sure people have asked about it, and it's a good use for the emblems. I think it makes sense because a lot of that stuff would be worn on the pilot uniforms, so I think it's cool.
Mhm.
yeah.
Team No Pants
Anything
will
to
be
add?
required to use an emblem. Sorry. Go
God.
ahead, Chad.
Oh, no, I'm just gonna say, like, anything that adds to like just customizing your character in general, even if it's just the pilot, it's just a nice added touch.
Mhm.
Because everybody likes to make. I don't know how different you're going to be able to make everything, but you want to make your pilot different than everybody else's. Which it would be nice if they actually had more like actual customizable like faces and stuff, because there's really not that much in that department.
Mhm.
There's a lot that just look the same. So at least with the emblems, you'll be able to like, I don't know, spiff up your
Oh, yeah,
suit
for
and make
sure.
it like your own.
Mhm.
I'm sure you get that from like your perspective of doing stuff in like VR chat and stuff like that too, right?
Yeah, like I have my own avatars that I have work on. Like, well, this one is still in work in progress. Because well, as you can see, I have a bummed out fucking shoulder.
Can you show us the red one again?
Uh,
No, please don't
God.
do it. We're not ready for this.
Okay.
No.
We need to put an adult only tag on.
It would just take me like a second to switch into it and switch back, and then it's like, this is what happens when a program breaks.
AKA
I'm sad.
the spider
Hey, kids.
goof.
I
Kids
don't
want to
know
see
what
something scary?
happened.
Just
Goof
You
spider
I
type.
don't know what happened. It just
Yeah.
broke. I'm so
you like
sad.
explode like a party popper. It's like
Oh man.
I just
Seriously
don't
though.
get what happened. I did like my normal thing, and I just wanted to do a quick fix before we did this, and then load it into it. I was like, what the fuck?
I don't know. You look like me in the goof whenever I push on the support and the people just get done with me. So I mean, whatever.
Yeah, but if I was like that, I could probably dodge bullets.
You're already at 0 HP at that point, man. You're normal Shin dude.
So should I just be like sprawled out on the ground, like just dead,
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
parts everywhere?
Oh my Shindu.
Nani?
But yeah, so the next thing that they're doing is I'm just gonna copy this as a screenshot and send to a friend of mine because every time he goes to get his stuff, he's just like, please release me. Let me move. Why? So being able to move while saving in base camp, I know for a lot of people is a huge deal. Like, I mean, for me, it's just kind of like, okay, cool, I'll wait a second, I guess. But at the same time, it is kind of like one of those things that's like, man, I'm locked in this death stare here with like, please give me my tokens, please.
Yeah.
I just
I'm
sit
sure it's
there
probably
staring
like that.
directly at not Nick Fury for like,
Yeah, I mean, you're just
10
having this
seconds.
stare down, like,
Yep. He just looks at me, arms crossed, and like,
judging.
I'm just here for my tokens, man. Like,
I
don't
mean,
judge me.
dude, like I said, it just kind of fits into a whole like, night art is your dad thing. He's like, do you realize you lost 40 games to get these 2 wins for the single token? Like, let's just sit here and think about this for a little bit. Like, no, like, thanks for token stats. Like, oh, hold on now, you said right there. I'm gonna give you a stern looking at for a few moments.
See
I'm
if
kind of
you
indifferent
deserve
about it.
these.
Yeah, it's like, how many you were playing a fun mobile suit for those 40 games and you switched to the DS and killed some guy in his crate farming room in order to get these 2 wins. I'm ashamed of you.
I also like I don't show up half the time, so I'll be like, I'll spend like a week and I won't pick up my tokens or anything for a week. So for me, it's just like, now you gotta wait. You haven't seen me in an entire week. Come on now, visit more often.
But there are a few cases where, like, I'm hoping it'll impact the clan side too. Have you ever been to the clan menu?
Oh
and, like,
yeah, and
you're
you're just
literally
like,
stuck there
Oh,
for
yeah.
years.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that'll impact it too much because you're like in a menu, but
hopefully.
like, yeah, I'd like to be able to move. I've gotten stuck talking to Leona like that too.
Yep.
So hopefully that fixes that stuff too.
I mean,
I
at
think-
least this shows it's on their radar, so they'll probably do it eventually if this doesn't actually fix it as well.
I'm
Yeah, it's a
wondering.
nice little quality of life.
I'm wondering if they're gonna make him kind of like the test run, and then if it goes well, it's probably gonna be after that update that they'll probably do it to all the other characters. I think he's just gonna be the test run because all you're doing is picking up your tokens and stuff. You're not actually buying mobile suits or customizing your MS in the hangar. More just, hey, here's some money, go.
Well,
And
I think
if
you could
it's-
look at it. Good.
I think it's more of they're just trying to make sure that they aren't messing with too much. Because I think trying to if I was like a developer for working on this game, I would probably work on Nick Fury first. Because all he does is give you prizes and stuff. It's not
Everybody goes to him.
right, and everybody goes to him.
Yeah.
It's not like, hey, let me go over to the hangar, and then just all of a sudden, you're just Nick Fury is the first guy you're going to go to every morning. So I think in terms of strategizing, I think it would be the best bet to just work on the person who's giving the prizes out, so at least that's done, instead of having complaints of tweets saying, "Oh, I can't get my tokens. I can't get anything. What did you do to my game?"
Well, a lot of times people will want to just be like, I mean, why can't I move to go ahead and get to the next thing while it saves? And that's
Right.
the other thing. So you
That's
still won't be
another
able to
thing, but-
like get into the menu or do anything like that because they put that in there because of the and that's why pretty much everything saves because of the monthly missions. Because I also tried to game the system a little bit, and I was like, oh, well, I'm just gonna sit on all this money, and the next month just hit accept, and then as
They
soon
were
as
on
the
that real quick.
and then as soon as the next month rode over, it was just like, yo, by the way, none of this counts toward it. And I was like, oh. But I mean, fair enough. That'd be a super cheese.
Everybody would be doing that just to get the
Oh
gold
yeah.
medal at that
Oh
point.
yeah. Oh yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
I would.
But yeah, the whole save thing. I'm glad you're able to move around and at least get to your next thing while it's doing it though. So that's a time saver. Anything that saves time like that is very much appreciated.
One
just-
thing I will say about it, well, Chad, sorry, you can go ahead if you're gonna say something.
Oh, mine was just very quick. I would just say it's just another one of those little nice little features that just makes it a little easier. That's literally all I was gonna say.
Yeah, quality of life, right? It's always good.
Yep.
But what I was gonna say was, I'm no like genius in regards to like the inner workings of servers or whatever. But one thing that this kind of makes me hopeful for is that this is a sign that they're improving the stability of the servers. You know, because I'm sure the whole reason you had to stand still was because it was uploading data to the servers for the game. So maybe the fact that you can move while you're doing it is just a sign that they're kind of ramping things up for the Western release and stuff is getting more stable. Like that would be awesome. Maybe that's like a kind of a nudge in that direction. Like they're kind of amping things up to get ready for global.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
But anyway, what do we got next? I know Western release is coming up, but we're getting something other than Lieutenant.
So
So I'm gonna guess lieutenant. So ensign, lieutenant, and then probably second lieutenant. No, second lieutenant would
I've
be
heard
lower
this
than
one is
that.
called. I've heard people calling this one captain.
Yeah,
Oh, it could be captain.
Captain would
Actually,
make sense.
let me look up the translation of that then, because it might be because that's not captain. Captain is Taisa, I think, or something to that effect. In translation. So let me see what I can get out of this.
If they ever release Captain, can I please like freeze my rank out there? I just freeze it. There we go. I'm good. I'm Captain. That's all I need.
Okay. So
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
people like
change that.
getting XP, so cool. I mean, that's my thoughts on this. I mean, people like some kind of number progression. So
I can just turn off.
It is weird not getting XP now, but it's gonna really suck if they start releasing suits for the new rank, because anybody that's not there yet won't be able to get whatever the new suits may be.
for a long time, which again they have made it better. I think we talked about this last week though. Is it's gotten better, but it's still like a pretty big far off thing. Just like getting the ensign now is still a pretty big undertaking.
That's weird because now, okay, so I just took the I just took the name and translated it. It says it's translated into lieutenant.
Huh.
That's interesting, but we already have lieutenant, don't we?
I'm guessing that's second lieutenant or something. Who knows? Or wait,
No, because that would be
lieutenant.
first lieutenant. No, because
lieutenant.
we don't have first lieutenant, do we?
Maybe that's it then. Yeah, first lieutenant. Yeah.
Because we have second lieutenant. See, it goes. If I'm not mistaken, it goes second, and then whoever's higher than that.
I think I'm in promotion for lieutenant now. Just lieutenant, actually.
Oh, just lieutenant? Then this
I
might
can look.
be...
I'm in promotion for a lieutenant.
Dang, too bad I can't. Well,
yeah, lieutenant is just reach lieutenant.
Okay, so this may be captain.
Oh, I am a lieutenant now.
So this may have been a mistranslation then, because this may end up being captain then. Because why would they put in another lieutenant thing? Wait a minute, 3? Yeah, because we're only up to 2 big diamond stripe, right? So yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, so they're gonna be calling it lieutenant, which I think they might end up retranslating that. So
I love translation.
But yeah, I mean, I don't think the name of it really is that big of a deal.
Right.
But
it's 3 big diamonds and a
it's new.
That's
Yep, there you go.
3 big diamond stripe.
So the next topic though, pretty big deal. They say before the end of the year. So the Western release. Here we go.
The hot topic.
I am really guessing that it's going to happen in October at this point.
October.
Either October or November.
I'm thinking at least after the next ranked.
Well, yeah. So the next ranked is going to be. When did we say the next ranked was?
November.
November. So it's probably going to be late November, or either mid to late November. Because they said it's going to be in November, so it has to be mid to late November. Because I don't think it'll be the beginning of November.
Well, I mean, I think the big thing that I'm seeing here that I really want to look at is the what they're going to be doing with how they're saying matchmaking is going to work.
Oh yeah, no, they're actually
And
going to.
like,
From what I read, it's looking like we may end up possibly merging servers.
yeah, well, no, I mean that from what it sounds like here. Therefore, in a rating and quick match, the host will, with the best line quality among the gathered participants, is automatically hosted. People with poor line quality do not become hosts. So if you have a bad connection to wherever they're like the average between everybody, then you're probably not going to have a host. But the thing is, this means that you could have a game where you're getting to be the host, and from the sound of it, though, what I'm expecting is there's going to probably be some decent amount of salt from the Japanese player side, I think, at some point, because
Doesn't it say
That should
it
be
will
less of a thing,
be
though.
region locked? Not region locked, but you'll be queued up with people in the region.
Yeah, they're gonna add a clause that favors local.
yeah, well, and that's
queuing.
the thing. Like you're gonna, yeah. So, but as long as it's not too strict, we should get eventually your game will fill up. Hopefully, that's going to be the big. That's pretty much what I was saying. If they do it, then you're pretty much going to have to balance that out to wait time for a game and
Oh yeah,
like
because it says
actual queuing.
in one line it says thanks for rating matches and quick matches. Participants will be matched almost immediately, so you may not have many opportunities to meet people in other regions. So I'm wondering if they are making it so like once the North American release comes out, it's going to have its own system where it's going to try and queue you up mostly with North American players and less so Japanese in that. So we should see better connections just because of that too.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the
Right.
thing. Like, it should be trying to do that, which that's what I would expect. But if the player base isn't there, they definitely need to pull on the entire pool
Yeah.
of players to get a game going. So,
It will
it,
for sure, though.
oh yeah, yeah. Well,
So
what I'm saying is it depends on
they-
how strict it is, though. Like,
Well, yeah,
yeah, like I'm guessing what we're gonna see is they're gonna be pretty strict with it at first, and we'll probably have times where you'll just have 10-minute wait time, maybe even just the rare occasional 20-minute or 30-minute, which probably by then you've probably given up and queued again. But if we do have those kind of wait times, eventually they should balance it out eventually. That's the good news. The good news is it should work out eventually, but I can see that being a problem when it first happens.
I don't
So
know. I think the queues are gonna be better.
queues might be better.
I mean,
Just
there's
as
no way
far
it
as
can't be.
finding people.
No, for sure. I mean, it's a new game. There's going to be plenty of people to connect with.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
think
That's true.
I think it'll probably fall off some maybe as the we get off the crests of the player base and fall back down towards like more normal numbers. But I mean, they even kind of mention it in the thing where like they add the local priority, but like the time zone kind of like does it in
That
and of
should offset
itself.
it.
Like
Yeah.
yeah, there'll be less Asian like players on because when we're playing, it's a bad time for them. But I don't think it'll be as bad as you guys think. Like it could be really strict, but I just think they're just gonna add like a little clause that just probably checks I don't know IP or something. Just kind of like get people who are in a similar area and prioritize hosting like queuing them up first. But I mean, it'll probably just be like, well, there's not enough for if it comes up to like, oh, there's not enough. Let's start going to Asian players or something, and then you'll see that. Because I mean, like, it when I played GVS before it released in like Extreme Versus before, like and Gundam versus when it was out now, and I was connecting to Asian players, like it didn't take long at all, and I doubt they had any local priority thing there. The connection was just trash, and I usually quit. So I don't think it'll be that bad.
Also, from the way it sounds by reading that section that you were just pointing out too, is it sounds like it's gonna prioritize if there is a low count. What they're gonna do is then weight your searching for another region based on the amount of people you actually have on. So what they're probably gonna do is like if wherever you're signed in from, you'll be in that region, and if the population drops below a certain number, like of concurrent players, they'll probably essentially have it set to where it flips a switch and goes ahead and like shifts you over to not just prioritize the region more. That it'll literally just be like, okay, we don't care at this point. From what it's talking about there, at once it's downtime for them, that way they can still find games when it's our prime time. Then it'll probably just switch off, and then they'll just instantly just get put in our games. And I think that's going to be, it's definitely going to be interesting, them experiencing the lag from, meleeing and countering that we've been experiencing for the most part. And I'm sure they experience it some too, because I mean that's just fighting games, online fighting games, and in that regard, anytime you're playing online and you're not LAN, there's certain moves that are punishable and certain ones that aren't. And you take a risk every time you use them online. And then when you're playing LAN, you just suddenly have this huge move set to do when you're in fighting games anyway. So it's just like,
Oh yeah, things are much safer when you're not
Oh, yeah.
playing on the internet.
Oh yeah.
But you're right though. It's there. Like there are definitely things that I've seen Asian streamers get away with that I wouldn't even be able to dream of.
Oh yeah,
But
for sure.
you can definitely still see the lag there on their side. Like you can honestly, like whenever you see people you know they're playing against like a non-Asian player, for instance. Like it's noticeable there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm wondering if custom matches will have a huge effect of, meaning like it when the US release, I wonder if we'll be allowed to go into custom matches of different regions.
I don't see why not. There's no region lock on the game, so I don't see what would
Right.
keep people
Yeah.
from doing it.
And it should just
They
show
might
it
put
in a
region lock
list.
on the lobbies. Like if they implement a option when you set up a custom match, they might put it like North American only, or that can join, or maybe Japan. That might
Right, like
be
Gundam
in a way.
Versus has.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
where
they do
you
have that in
can,
Versus?
like,
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so like if you have a worldwide option, so anybody in the world could join, or like a local type only. But I'm also wondering, are we going to see 6v6 matches 24 hours a day now? Or because since on our side we'll have obviously people up like playing, kind of like the Japanese would have their players up and they have 6v6 for, was it 12 hours or something? No, it's not 12 hours. It's
It would be from
I can't remember what the time is for
It's 14 hours
6v6.
ahead from me. Oh wait,
well,
what?
it's if it's okay.
There's 13
if,
for me, so it's just
yeah, it
flip AM and PM and then add 1 for my time.
Yep. Yeah, so
it's 11:46 p.m. or AM. My bad.
AM. It's if daylight savings time didn't exist, Eastern Standard Time, it would be direct opposite. So it's 10:46 where I am. So if daylight savings time didn't exist, then it would be 10:46 over at Japan, just AM. But it's 11:46 due to the hour difference for stupid time zones. I hate daylight savings.
I'm lucky right now. Like all I have to do is change. If I want to know Japanese time, I just change the like right now it's obviously PM. I just change it to AM and I know their time. I'm
Yeah.
exactly 12 hours behind them.
But
So that works out.
But yeah,
that makes sense, Maniac. I think you might have it mixed up.
Oh,
like,
that's right.
2 hours behind. I think you're 13 hours off.
I'm
Yeah, we're 13. Maniac.
13.
We're 13.
Yeah, we are
so,
13.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I as far as the 6v6 thing, I really hope that they don't change it because I'm a big fan of 5v5. I'm just saying.
I'm split. I have a lot of fun when I am up late playing 6v6, but I also really enjoy because that's mostly what I play is 5v5. So I'm very split on what I'm hoping to see.
I
Sorry,
wonder if
I think I missed the context. 5v5 and 6v6 in what regard? Because I was looking at the time. I think I was looking at the time thing.
Yeah,
I
so
think it's part more of like time zones of which the game is mostly played, but then we also have to think about what time zones are. So that's kind of where we were kind of going.
yeah, like if we're all basically the game's not being split off, then I don't think they can do like 6v6 over there for like their days and then at night be 5v5, but then it would make no sense because over here, how would we be able to do 6v6 during our day and then 5 at night?
Mm-hmm.
So is it just going to be 6v6 the whole 24 hours a day, or are we stuck with our side doing 5v5 during our days and then after midnight, or well, midnight my time, going to 6v6?
Well, I'll start by saying, my God, it sounds awful. Does it? I didn't know there was an actual like priority between the two. Is that a thing?
Yeah, I didn't know that either. That's why that was going to be my next question.
That sounds awful to me. I mean, I think I personally prefer 5v5 over 6v6. I think 6v6 is too hectic, in my opinion. And I think 5v5 is like the sweet spot for the matches personally. But if it prioritizes based on one time of the day,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a global thing. There'd be no way they could like separate it like that, because in that logic, it would be 6v6 is 24/7.
I think I think we'll probably have an update before the US release, and they'll probably end up making it all 24-hour.
I hope not. I think that'd make the game worse. I don't see why they would change it. Like, has there been problems? Like, that just seems kind of strange. Like,
Well, it's not that it has a problem or whatever. It's just because since this is the Japanese game, anyways, they would make it's 6v6 at their like most
competitive level.
yeah, and then at their nights it goes down to 5v5, which is our day. But now since it's coming over here, and that's where my question comes from, since our over here, it would obviously mostly be played in the day. Are we gonna start seeing 6v6 during our daytime? Or are we staying at 5v5? And that's where my question is. That's where I don't know. Unless they switch it like every couple, I don't know. Like since it switches every 2 hours, if they do let's say 5v5s matches for the 2 hours, then the next 2 hours is 6v6. If they do it somewhere like that, that's the only thing I can think of. Without them doing a full 24 hours of 6v6.
I mean, they could keep it the same if they're expecting lower numbers from us anyway.
That's true.
Well, I don't see how like adjusting the. I mean, maybe they would make it 6v6.
I mean, is that how it works right now, though? I mean, is that
players
fully confirmed? Like,
yeah, I mean, I've never heard of anything like it favoring 6v6s over certain stuff. I mean, I feel like even during rotation, like new banner times, around the
there's
time it comes out, it's
6v6,
like
yeah.
2:00 in the afternoon in Japan, and like I feel like I've seen 5v5s and 6v6s.
That's what I was saying. I think it's just random on the day, is what I thought. Like,
but I'm not sure.
yeah.
But like maybe they do it when it first comes out just to like showcase the game at its full capacity. But I don't.
Possibly.
I think it'd be weird and kind of a bad move on their part to like take away the smaller lobbies in general.
Yeah.
I don't think like I just can't see what removing them accomplishes. Like I don't think it makes the game any better or worse for not having 5v5s or 6v6s in rated. Like it doesn't make much sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely like the change of pace because it feels like a completely different game each time you switch. So.
That's why I wouldn't mind seeing like them go back and forth from like 6v6 to 5v5. Because like I said, at the moment, after midnight is my only time I can experience 6v6 games. And Jesus, usually I'm not on here at that time. But we'll probably see closer release anyways. I hope.
But yeah. Any more thoughts on the Western release? I mean, I'm satisfied now. This is the
Oh.
information I've been looking for. So
Well, shoot, we aren't done.
Yeah, we still got quite a bit to cover.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the poll stuff is right after this.
oh well, yeah. I mean, sorry. I guess as far as matchmaking goes, my bad.
Coming in 2019. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh my
Some
gosh.
sometime Q4.
Oh my god.
Global Battle Operation 2 coming soon. I'd love a release date.
oh yeah, please. But
I could fill November as
just
well.
3
They
months
could pull
left in 2019.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys. Thanks.
They could pull some silly stuff where they would try to release it during the holiday season.
Oh
As
gosh,
well.
that would be horrifying.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting somewhere toward December. But
What's the? I think it's early in the year. What's the month when like all the good games come out? Like there's a month. There's always like a month each year where like come out.
oh, say
think
that
it's
say that
early
again. You cut out when you whatever.
When all the good games
Oh,
come
good
out,
games,
like air
okay.
quote good games. I remember like there was always like the March. I can't really remember.
I know March
But,
has a lot of
I don't think it was
games.
later in the year.
There's a lot of games around March. So but
It's already too late for that. So I don't know. Sometime during the holiday season, wouldn't it be crazy? Although
I mean
don't know.
November is a pretty hype month a lot of times.
Yep.
But there are no
So.
financial holidays.
Oh,
Never heard of Thanksgiving. What's that?
I mean Black Friday's around there, so I mean everybody's spending the money.
October and November is when retail starts bringing in Christmas materials. So, I mean, maybe it would be a good time to drop it in November.
Well, in that regard, well, maybe they're thinking about global markets.
Checking.
It'd be interesting. Like I could see. I'll say I'll like lean on November. It'd be awesome if it was next month.
Oh, it
but
would.
I
It would
think
be
I could
awesome.
see November. I don't know when, but November would be
So,
nice.
in regards to this, like releasing all the big games, like release, of course, close to holidays because like that's when they can get a lot of their sales.
For sure.
If they were to do that with this, what would they achieve sale wise? Just because since it's a free to play game.
I mean,
Well,
people just
technically,
Wells,
trading currency.
Welling.
Yeah, it's
Okay, yeah.
yeah, whaling, and
But
then
you're gonna have a lot of people that don't that just play it for free as well.
That's true, but you got people that also are stupid enough to waste a good chunk of a paycheck on.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, people welled hardcore
yeah,
when Gunpla Warfare came out just to get the new Gundam, and they could have just bought a kit for a fraction of the price and built it themselves.
right over here.
So, I mean, there'll definitely be those folks that go really ham.
Honestly, the whole lineup for the free suits for the US release, this is a solid, in my opinion, a solid lineup.
But real quick, too, one last thing before we switch. Just a
sure.
reminder, if you guys don't go to the English website or like the English part of the website, it does have a release date on there. It's just really weird because it says 24 October 18. So, there's also that to consider, whatever that means. It could be the 24th of October 2018, which it came out in the past, or it could be signifying a October 18th release date in the year 2024. Depending on how you want to look at that. I'll link it for you guys. It's at the very bottom of the page if you haven't seen it.
I'm wondering if that.
I gotta plug something in real quick.
I wonder if that was like a typo that they just never fixed.
Yeah, I kind of think it's I don't know what it would be referenced to because it's not the Japanese release date of the game.
No, because the Japanese release date was like in what? I know the beta was in July.
No,
So
the 26th I think is the birthday on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Well.
Wow. But yeah,
Wow.
with the MS suit lineup. Sorry, I just wanted to put that out there
Oh, no,
since they do have some information on a release date on the website before we moved on.
Mm-hmm.
That would be really interesting.
Would you like me to start off on like what the whole thing is, reading off the site, or do you want me to just?
Yeah, sure, if you want to.
Not. Okay. So the quote-unquote global release. It says that it'll be distributed in North, Central, and South America. So it's going to be all the way through. The voting thing for the Western release has been out for a while. I mean, it's been closed, and the picked suits have been released. The free suits that we will be getting is the Zaku 1 Garrett Schmitzer type, level 1. It is a...
Thanks, Reddit.
Oh my gosh. It is a... If anybody wants to know, it is a ground-only suit that starts off at a 300 cost. The next suit that is going to be released with, like, in the next suit is the Blue Destiny Unit 1, level 1, a ground type as well, at the cost of 350. The Gundam Pixie at level 1 is a ground type at cost of 400. The mass production gun cannon, or gun cannon MPT, level 1 is a ground and space type. It can go into ground or space, and it starts out at a cost of 300. The Gundam at level 1, which is a ground and space, that costs at 400. The Land Battle, or Ground Gundam. I don't know why they decided to call it Land Battle in Google Translate, but
Good
whatever.
old Google Translate.
Anyway, Ground Gundam level 1.
Just wait till we get
in the
three more
name.
down.
In the name, ground, so it's a ground type unit at the cost of 300. We will be getting the full armor Gundam, the normal. Let's be specific. The normal full armor full armor Gundam. I'm sorry, at level 1, which is a ground and space type, at the cost of 450. We have the Dodge, or Dodge, as Translate would like to call it. Don't know. At level 1, it is a ground type unit at the cost of 400. The Goof Custom at level 1, which is a ground type unit, at 350. And we'll be getting the Zamal level 1 ground type at 500.
Did you call it the Dodge?
Dodge.
No. I'm just saying, like, you gotta go with the Google Translate option.
Oh, Google.
Get that sweet Dodge Caravan.
Yeah, that Dodge.
Dodge. Yeah.
Brand new 2020 Dodge.
Now
Yeah.
they don't say what their types are. So if you want me to, I can just, I guess, say what the types are for each one. If that's all right with you guys, I guess, if it's important. The Zaku 1 Garrett Schmitzer is a general type. Blue Destiny Unit 1's a raid type. Gundam Pixie is a raid type. Mass Production Gun Cannon is a support type. The RX-78 Gundam, normal Gundam, is a general type. The Ground Gundam is a general type. The Full Armor Gundam is a support type. The Dodge is a raid type. The Goof Custom is a raid type, and the Zamal is a support type. So these 10 units will be presented to all pilots who have played, not just the North, South, and North, Central, or South European pilots. So it also, I don't know why it now says European. Oh, here we go. Latin American, European. Anyway, don't know why I forgot to say Europe. Yes, Europe will have it. And it will be all given out for free. So you will not have to go through the lottery system. You'll not have to go through the store. They will be given to you at the beginning of the game for free.
Yay.
And everyone currently playing.
And everybody currently playing as well. So that's going to be a lot of recycle tickets for me.
So
Oh, yeah.
here's
I better
my
go buy
question.
the Zamo now.
Yeah, seriously though, I need to buy a few suits like the Pixie.
Oh, yeah.
I actually got a reason.
You
Unless
can
we already
buy 'em,
got the
cash,
Pixie.
turn that DP into tickets for sure.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
go spend that DP ASAP.
Yep.
So as far as useful suits, I mean we're getting a BD1 buff, and well here let's the Zaku 1 GS. I just have to say it's the poor man's Goof VD. Like that's how I see it. I mean that's about right.
No. It's a blue goof, but it's not a goof VD. It has the goof swings, the normal goof swings.
I mean, doesn't it only have does it only have one melee?
It has two.
It does have two?
Wait,
Okay.
no.
No, I'm
GS
sorry.
I was
The
gonna
GS
say that's
is
what I'm saying.
one.
It has one
one.
melee and then
one goof swing, and then it has the Raketen bazooka from the Domtropen.
Sturmfaust and Smoke.
And that. Yes.
And a dodge roll.
And a
I
dodge
think it's fine. Like at it's one of those suits that I think is fine at its base cost. They buffed it too.
Mhm.
I
They
think
gave
I
it-
think the Zaku 1 GS is fine, even if one swing.
Mhm.
It's just like I would think of it as like a low cost camphor almost. Like it has a good versatile like stun set. It has a dodge roll. You have you can do some free like sneaky stuff with the smoke.
Mhm.
It has a shield. I mean, it's pretty premium on Zaku style suits. So it's pretty nice.
Now,
Okay.
if anybody is curious,
To quote Garrett really liked Gunpla Gunpla stuff, so he just like went through the hangar and was just like,
right.
my Zaku one, you see that Zaku over there, like gimme your loot, like, oh, that Rakuten bazooka on that Dom, gimme that goof doesn't need that shield or that heat saber, give me the loot. And he just took everything he wanted from every mobile suit. He's like, give me that, like, look under your seat. I get a beam. I get a heat saber. Like, all this is mine.
see that a freet? I'm taking your smoke. No big deal.
Yeah, you suck. You don't need that. Give it to me.
Literally taking
Give
parts
me-
and everything.
give me that Sturmfest from the F2.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out then because I mean that was my first impression of it was just essentially picking between it or the VD. I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna play the VD. But yeah, okay, definitely revisiting that one at some point.
It's really not bad. You just got to get used to the single swing.
Mhm.
That's,
I mean, I'm a
that's
support
what
player.
bugs
I'm
me.
already used to the single swing, man.
And also,
We're good on that.
Its base stats focus more on range, if I'm not mistaken. Unless I'm
I don't
wrong.
remember.
Hold on,
actually.
let me take a look at it. No, they are even.
On the good side.
Oh,
is
oh,
here we
Tetsuya.
go. Level 2 and 3 focuses more on ranged, but level 1 is even.
Oh, I never knew that.
Mm-hmm.
I
That's
might have
pretty
to
cool.
take level 2 out sometime again.
But yeah, then we got the BD1. What do you guys think about that?
It's hard to say without like pre buff.
Yeah, yeah.
honestly.
I mean, if the buff's good enough, because like, well, I mean, obviously right now without the buff, as far as just looking at ranked, it was definitely underwhelming for ranked.
Mm-hmm.
We're
But-
1 day away from the buff, anyways, aren't we?
Yeah, that should be.
Yeah.
Is it
so-
tomorrow? That would be good.
I believe it is. I believe the whole exam nerf and everything they stated in the last update will be this week.
Then the Pixie, one of the bane of my existences. One of the words, however to say that. Raid types.
I just want to preemptively thank everyone in the poll who voted for the mass-produced gun cannon, the full armor Gundam, and a Zamel, so that when I play on my US account for the first time ever, I have plenty of seals to club with my Pixie
Oh my
when
gosh.
when they're like being cute and learning the game.
I was wondering where he
and,
was going with this.
I just slay them. They're just like, oh, this game is so fun. I can shoot people from all the way. Whoa!
Okay,
Just go full on pixie murder spree.
So this guy
We're
right
gonna
over
get wanted
here is
posters.
gonna like kill our new players over here. Like we're
Oh,
not
yeah.
gonna have any new players in the end. This guy right here, you can blame him.
This game sucks. I don't want to play
that guy down there.
Yeah, we're just pointing to him right now.
Yeah.
Yep. If you want to see things that would make a PETA member blush, we'll be poaching hardcore at twitch.tv/GamingEmblem when the Western release comes out. Come on over,
Oof.
boys.
Just hitting them over the head
Oof.
with everything.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
we're gonna have to
make. I'm gonna make a new account, and we'll just go straight into rated on D
No,
minus.
do you want to join me in seal clubbing? We can definitely do it, man.
Yeah, let's go.
People will
Wow.
fear Team 2 Pants.
Oh yeah.
I'm the good one here, people.
Those
I
are
don't do that.
Smurfing time, dude.
He's against the goof tank. I mean, I don't see how you could be a good person.
Who needs a goof tank when you got goof custom?
Hey now, goof tanks are still usable. All right.
Oh gosh. But then mass production, hell yeah, dude. I'm really good, solid, 300 cost.
I'm excited about it too, but I already stated why.
That's a good
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, supports.
Then we have just the grandfather Gundam,
Grandpa,
Gundam. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure those votes were rigged. I'm still convinced Grandpa's votes were rigged. I think they
I
auto
think so,
voted it into
too.
place.
I
Like, I'm
Votes
not
were
saying
rigged
it's
from the
bad,
start.
but like there would be times where it fall off and then jump back up immediately. Like I think they rigged it to be in the running. Like almost guaranteed.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
think so too. Because I much rather would have had the G3 instead of the normal Gundam in the lineup.
I think a lot
Or-
of people would.
Yeah.
Or
I personally would rather have Grandpa.
Or just
but
have
that's
it.
just
I
me.
mean, I would just take anything else, pretty much.
Oh,
Okay, maybe not
isn't
anything
Gundam
else.
supposed to
Maybe
get,
not anything.
buff tomorrow too.
Is it?
I thought it was on the
normal
list of
Gundam?
buffs.
I didn't think
might
it was.
maybe.
God, I don't have the tab up anymore.
I'll see if
Wait,
I
I
can find
think
it.
I've
Keep
got
going,
it. I think I've
man.
okay.
We'll have it in our discussion stuff.
Well, it's loading up for me right now. But anyway, then we got
Okay.
the Gundam ground type, which is actually really solid after that 2 swing buff.
Oh, shoot.
So and the Gundam is in the buffs. Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah.
So we'll see what
It's in there,
happens.
so-
So that could
That's
be
interesting.
If it gets a good enough buff, then that won't be a bad suit to have.
They're gonna give the Hyper Hammer 2 swings.
Oh God, no!
Oh man, I'll have so much fun with that.
Not
oh
your
no,
teammates when they're laying on the ground.
please no.
Whack!
That's gonna be what it is.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Oh God, Team Seal.
Wah! That's really what it's gonna be. Just,
Team-
like,
oh my
swing
gosh.
around and
Team
start
seal
smacking
clubbing?
people.
Did you just say Team Seal Clubbing? That's gonna be
Must
Oh,
have
that sounds
posted in
about
my
right.
chat.
that's gonna be
Team
only alts can exist, only Smurfs, nothing but
Oh
Smurfs.
my
Smurfs.
God!
Smurfs are only allowed. That's the only thing allowed to join that one.
Because he even said Emblem will single-handedly repulse every new player, all new player base.
All right.
People will hate me. Yeah, no one will watch. It'll be awful.
God.
Full armor, I think is probably that or the Mud Rocker. Probably my favorite 2 450 cost. supports. So
Mm-hmm.
really solid suit. Got a great combo. It's pretty much just like a combo like you would do on just the normal cancer cannon. So
Okay, so I need this.
the Dodge, or sorry, the Dodge Caravan. What are I don't have it.
Nothing about the suit.
I'm gonna be buying it in the DP store for sure. But
I have both levels. The level 1's a 3-star and the level 2's a 2-star. Who knows why?
Wait, what?
Yes, I'm not kidding. The level 1 is a 3-star and the level 2 is a 2-star. I am not
They've done that
kidding.
before though.
I'm
Okay,
not
that's
kidding.
very weird.
So most likely people drop the level 2 than the level 1. So the Dodge is kind of odd. It is a balanced raid, believe it or not.
It is?
No, I'm sorry. It's a shooting raid. But it has enough close range slots to equal out the stats. The Tomahawk is the most deadliest weapon on that fucking thing.
Yeet.
Just go batter up and just start swinging. Because it gets its own wind up. It's great. I absolutely love it. Even though like I hardly ever use it. Where was I going? It's Saiyans like laughs in Hymo. Hymo Dom.
Yeah, I personally like I think the Hymo is better than the Dodge in my opinion.
Hymo Dom is way better than the normal Dodge.
Just so you know, the base power for the Heat Tomahawk is 1500.
Yeah. Where's that go?
But yeah, any like, do you play it much, or do you even have the? Well, I'm guessing you have it. Do you play it much at all, Emblem?
No, generally the Pixie competes for the raid slot whenever I'm playing in that cost.
Oh yeah,
I've played it, but never to really any like major degree.
I did post the Dodge in here, right?
I have one, like whatever level of the Dodge, but I've never used it.
It's a 400 and 450, so you'll probably most likely have the 50 due to it being a 2-star.
I think I got level 2, yeah. But I have other raids that I play, so I never tried it.
It's like I said, it's an odd raid. But it's a usable.
But then we have the Goof Custom coming up next.
Oh yeah,
that's a cool suit.
That is a very good raid. It is a very good raid. Its base stats are. Let me take a look at it. So it goes from 350 to 500. So
I would have said the 500 one is garbage.
Actually, I've had a lot of fun with the 500.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I tried a few times on my alt, and I can't I can't seem to get the stun quick enough compared to other suits at that level.
I've been dealing quite a bit of damage with that thing. I've been having pretty good luck with it.
Maybe I'll give it a chance. I've only tried it like 3 or 4 times, but
the Goof Custom, like I said, is mainly a range raid on default stats. But due to the large amount of close range slots, you can make it mainly a melee type, essentially.
Yes.
Or you can just throw a whole bunch of speed parts on it.
That too. That's kind of my go-to with the parts on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I pew a lot, and then get around.
Mm-hmm.
If you manage to do a full combo with it, oh my god, there's pretty much 3/4 of their health.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. It deals a nice bit of damage.
But and then we have the Zamal.
There's only 2 levels of it.
Hmm.
Oh, Zommel.
Yes.
That
I
poor
can't wait to
thing.
bully you.
That poor thing.
Full armor Gundam too. Honestly, more so full armor Gundam.
I don't know. I see. The thing is that I find the full armor way more maneuverable for Zommel. That thing. Oh my gosh.
I mean, at 500, I'd rather take in the level 1 full armor than the Zommel. I mean, it's got some damage and it's got a pretty
Times
nasty
11.
combo, but it's just too big, man.
Yeah.
Such a huge target.
Yeah.
And then when you tackle, you can't combo your cannon afterwards, like it
Yep.
because it'll just shoot straight up in the air because it's got to flip over before it'll even fire.
Yep.
And there's
So-
some
Poor
spots you
thing.
can't even get through on City.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's that
There's
too.
like two
it's
spots,
annoying.
I think. It's just too big. So every other suit can go through it except Zamwa at this point, I think.
That's pretty sad. That poor thing.
It's funny though. Like,
Oh, man.
I got the level 2 Zommel when the 550 dropped, and I'm like, man, this is so cool. Like, I'm actually doing like a lot of damage with it, right? But I'm just sitting there like, man, I'm a huge target. Like, I'm just this huge target, just sitting here sniping. I'm just like, I'm gonna get bullied by a pixie. I'm gonna get bullied, and then like all of a sudden oh, hi, Pixie.
incoming emblem.
You're right.
Yeah.
Oh man, I feel bad for Zommels. I understand why they're so slow and all that, but jeez, man.
When you have the armor and stuff too.
I mean,
I've gone
it's-
in and gotten countered by a Zammel before, so
Oh God.
right.
Oh, I have two, I guess. Not fun.
But I mean, like, if you have all the melee parts, man, you can make that thing a tank. Because I did. I put three of the 4 anti-melee parts on that puppy.
Oh God.
It managed to get up to like 20 anti-melee, and that was highest defense stat. And I'm like, that's pretty good. Then I just threw a couple of shooting mods on it, and I'm like, all right, let's take this out and see what happens.
Good way to reduce damage. Holy.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's the suits. Any final thoughts on those, or?
I think out of all the free suits that'll probably be used the most is definitely going to be Garrett Schmitzer Zaku. Like, everybody is going to use that. Like, everybody on the first day is going to be using that. There's going to be a whole bunch of Western players doing that because of Zeonic Front. That is that is mainly the reason, because of Zeonic.
I've never even heard of that game until recently. Like I think he might be overselling it because of that game. Like Zeonic Front's an old PS2 game. Like was it released on that PS3 collection that was only in Japan?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I think people use it because it's a solid suit, but I don't think it would see a lot of play. I don't think a lot of people are gonna be like, "Ooh, Zeonic Front." Like, I mean, I could just be speaking from my experience. I don't really know how popular Zeonic Front was, personally, but
I mean, the reason why I know about it mainly is a friend of mine, but I didn't really have PlayStation. But at the same time, either it was picked because of let's meme it, or maybe that's the reason why it was picked so much. So, because wasn't it like first place?
Yeah, it was first place till the end.
So, something was up. But
That's now if in the lineup, if the BD2 and 3 were in the lineup, I could definitely tell you that BD2 and 3 would have been in.
probably.
Most definitely.
Yeah, I'm really high chance on that. But
Well, they definitely kept it to DP, like excluding the GS. They kept it to DP shop stuff. So,
The ground
well, I
gundam
guess
is,
technically now
Well, is the full armor actually in the?
it should be.
I think it
Oh, yeah,
is.
that's
in the
right.
DP.
Okay.
Should
I
definitely
bought
be.
it a long time ago.
Okay.
But the ground gundam is ticket only.
All of them?
Yeah, I don't have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Except for like the GS and the ground Gundam, like everything is
Yeah.
DP shop stuff. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, because Dodge is in there. Yeah, everything else is DP.
Interesting.
But I'm looking forward to the tickets. Just saying.
Sort of thinking the same.
And a little research would be cool too.
That is definitely going to be a lot of tickets.
Oh, I guess Sane's right. They wouldn't just give away PD2 and 3. Yeah. That's right. They really wouldn't.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely want to keep that
Yeah, they would have
as a grind or
yeah,
as a
either
well
grind or
well bait. Yep.
Yeah, whale bait definitely. The Mudrock's probably going to be whale bait too.
Probably. But yeah, then they kind of just talk about some final thoughts on it, just that they had the little tournament thing and whatnot. So, but yeah, that's about it for that. Any other thoughts? I figure we'd go ahead and start wrapping up here.
Yeah, I think it'll be
Oh.
good. I can't wait for the Western release.
We didn't talk about the Xeon.
Oh yeah, we need.
We did, didn't we? Or did we drop it?
No, we dropped it for this.
We kind of dropped it to go to ranked.
Yeah, it was a very brief thing where
I said we could probably talk about it real quick, but
so the Xeon, it is exactly what I thought it was going to be. A general type with both abilities, but I didn't think it would get a double dodge roll though. That
does it have level 2?
It has a double dodge roll, and I was so happy.
It's based 550. That makes sense.
Yeah.
It has all of what you can think of from both the Saikamu system and the Bishop. And then it also has its head beam and its waist beam cannons. Its waist cannons can charge, and then it has the default charging hands. Those are the two charging weapons. It has both versions of the wired guns. And its melee is kind of odd.
It has a rocket punch.
No, it does not actually.
Pretty slow, and you just go through things.
Its normal melee is kind of like an open fist punch, kind of downward. Its side swing, though, that's cool. Its right side swing goes this way, and you can see the Zeong's eye go all the way back, looking towards the back. And I'm like, ooh, that's a little menacing. No, it's a really good suit. If anybody wants to know the stats on, I'll get you.
I've got it pulled up too.
You gonna read that off? Or
sure. It's HP. It's got 20k base HP. The physical shell correction is 23. Anti-beam is 38. Melee resistance is 14. It has the 30 range attack modifier, 10 for melee, 135 base speed, 70 thrusters. They don't have the priority. And it's a 19-second deploy cooldown.
I mean, the main thing with
Let's
the
see.
beams though is it's pretty much a beam spam, and all the beams except for the head pierce.
Uh,
The finger ones definitely should, because they've done it on the other suits.
Yeah.
So
When you do you don't
the-
even have to
the
charge
wired
them up,
hands,
and they'll pierce your first one. The wired hands, all those pierce from the side and rear,
Yes.
and they shoot 3 times
Yes.
from the side. The
Yes.
chest pierces. The head is the only thing that doesn't pierce.
Right. The waist cannons or the waist guns have to be charged.
Yeah, they have to
They
be charged.
have to be charged to be fired.
But
Ah,
you
some of
can do hands and charge that at the same time.
Or from what I've learned was you can do hands into the head gun.
I'm wondering
That too.
about that.
Yeah.
Hands into the head gun's a good combo.
Hey, Maniac,
Mm-hmm.
what's the counter for it when it pulls off a counter?
Oh, it actually does like a 2-punch, and then like it fires its beams into the enemy.
Oh,
You can see it in
So-
the video they play in the base camp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Too bad I can't find a link for it though. Actually, hold on.
I like stopped looking at the video in the base game when I spent almost 50 tokens and still couldn't get it. I was like, all right, well, I quit.
I mean,
like,
Um,
oh god.
Let me see if. Oh yeah, seeing how it's still the banner unit. Let me.
There you go.
Yeah, do
That's
you
the
already?
page
just link
with
that
the
page.
video.
the other thing with it though, my biggest issue with it, I mean, it's kind of cool. You pretty much beam spam. You pretty much can always shoot with that thing.
Mhm.
Like there should be almost no downtime with you shooting something.
Right.
And the lock time is amazingly fast. I don't know what
Mhm.
it is for the Bishop or the Psychomo system.
It's about the same length.
Okay, so
Yeah,
but
locking on is
real
about
easy.
the same time.
The biggest downside is it's big. It's a fat ass.
Yep.
Like that's
It's big.
it was in my 500 gun cannon, and I was just like shooting at a friend of mine, and it was just like no problem hitting that thing. Sadly, I did not get to take mine out. I wanted to do that earlier this morning, but the unrestricted space was 2 hours of no go. So, oops. Oh well.
And then when you look at him in his horror menu, like that thing is huge. Like
It's a big boy.
Yeah, if you
he's
go
a
from that
big
to the
boy.
Zommel's a bit bigger, but not by that
Mhm.
much really. So yeah, so pretty
Like,
big target.
He is a big boy.
I just want to see like 10 of those in or 12 of those in
Actually,
space, just all beams going
when-
everywhere.
when it first dropped, somebody did an unrestricted space map, and everybody
Dad's
was
doing it. I want to be cool too.
I'm trying to click a link so I can copy it, but it's not working.
But I think the Zeong is a Psyche suit that the Psyche suits needed. It just kind of
Yep.
sucks that it's currently playing in Stardust memory.
Yeah.
So they'll get bullied. Like, I think the people who are literal new types will probably be able to bring out the full damage potential of the suit.
Mhm.
Because I think it could be pretty powerful.
It's terrifying once you get the hang of it.
I mean, the amount of pierce that it has is the other thing. So you could just accidentally,
Mhm.
hit 4 people with one little shot, and that's like
Yep.
20,000 damage. No big deal. So
I mean, charged wise, for its just like its normal hand beams, fully charged, does roughly around 311. And this is like basically what I mean by this is like by its power stat. I've actually been able to go against raids and like take out like a good like either a half or 3/4 out of a raid.
Yeah, it
with
definitely
that
has the
thing.
damage. It
It-
definitely has crazy damage.
Now,
But
the only drawback that it has is that its anti-melee is pretty crap. Because all of its defense stats are like into its anti-beam.
it's very interesting, actually. I mean, it's a huge target, so I mean, it kind of needs that. Just saying.
Right. And this would be our
yeah.
third new type mobile suit, but it's our no, I guess yeah, this is our third new type mobile suit. So we're done with the Bishop project technically, because that's what it was. It was the Bishop, Sakamu, and Zeong. Now there was like a previous model, I think, but I don't think it'll be put in. So for right now, I think 1 year war wise, we're done with Sakamu systems. Unless they want to throw the Elmeth in, which would be stupid.
It'll be in the background at best.
Right.
Are there any incoms in Flag of Zeta or Flag of Titans or whatever it's called?
Most Zeta stories do have incom type units. Advance of Zeta, I believe, I think that's where you get the start of the development of the Dovin Wolf, and the Dovin Wolf was mainly used in Double Zeta, but the Dovin Wolf was one of like the first to use the incom system. So yeah, that'll be interesting.
Not to forget the GM Juggler. Apparently, it has
yeah,
incoms.
that's right.
gosh.
The Juggler
Jeez.
has the incom system.
Oh god. 400 cost Xeon head win. God.
Let's see here.
Incom is a wired. It's essentially a wired bit system. If that makes sense.
Think of
It's a remote weapon.
yeah. It's not. It does not rely on psychometry. It's just. It's what normal people can use if they're not new types. There you go.
That's how that Scrub Rio Roots can incom things.
Mm-hmm. So a good example, another good example that uses the incom units. That was the mass-produced new Gundam had incom units. So, but that's like way out there. So that's not going to be coming in anytime soon.
What's
Big surprise.
what's the name of Moo's plane in Gundam Seed?
Mu uses a mobile armor, the Mobius Zero. That uses wired gun barrels. Those are different.
His plane, it would be a good like close idea to think of for what an incom is.
Yeah, wired gun barrels essentially.
But yeah, the Xeon, pretty cool. I mean, I'm curious just to get in a game and try it myself. That's pretty much my big thing. But
I like to get it.
Same. I'm pretty sure it's rigged because look at how many people are getting doubles. That's just you over there. You be quiet over there.
I haven't got anything.
No, it's literally well, you got him over there. They got 4 of them in 2 10 spins. And then there's been other people getting doubles in a single 10 spin. And yeah. I'm pretty sure they're not scattered out equally.
I wasn't
mean,
trying
it's all
to get
RNG. You just got really lucky.
RNGOP.
I was trying to get level 2 and 3 of the Jaeger. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I want that Jaeger, dude.
I'm happy I got the level 3 Jaeger. I just need the rifle for it.
Screw you too.
What? Hey.
Hey,
Don't worry, you missed a bad game with me in earlier. Oh,
Oof.
I let Munster down.
I love
But
the Jaeger. The Jaeger is so much fun.
The buffs definitely make it better. Like,
yeah,
I
the
loved it
buffs were
before, but
huge, dude.
I'm really loving the buffs with it.
Still needs a bit more speed.
Yeah.
Even though it's already a fast Goog as it is, next to the Marine.
I might try adding the speed part to it just to give it that extra 5 to make it 125. See how it works out.
Yeah, that's what I
Mhm.
use with it right now. I mean that's pretty much, that might be why they didn't go much higher than that. But definitely a solid buff though. That
Oh,
rifle is insane now.
So apparently Cora has found another suit that we might be getting. At least an idea of.
Oh yeah, we can go
Yeah, I
ahead and
can't look at
we
it.
can
He
go ahead
posted
and
it in Discord.
we can go ahead and
What
take a guess at that. What do we think's coming out next?
What
And
the heck?
I'm not even gonna
is
say what I
that?
think
What the
because
heck?
who knows. But what I
What?
want is a support.
Yeah, we need another support. We need another 550.
I've
Like
given
a
up
base
on
5.
thinking about another support at this point. Like, it's been way too long.
High mobility Efreet?
Whoa, what in the world? That was
That
kind of
is
intense.
That is definitely a space unit. That's a lot of thrusters.
But yeah, Chad, what do you think, or what do you want?
Geez, at this point, I would love to see flight type goof, but God, other than that, I don't know all the suits that were in the first game that people won this one. If I knew that list,
Actually, let me see if I can. Let me go.
because I'm gonna say now the suits that I've ever thought of wanting, I already do have that are already in the game. So until it starts getting into Zeta, I don't really have preference on what comes out next.
Emblem, I don't know if you can hear us, but what do you think, or what do you want? Yeah, I didn't think you
Oh.
could hear us, but
I think he might be listening on his phone again. Was headset charges?
yeah, that's what I was hoping. I was hoping he would hear
Yeah.
that.
Okay, so what were you asking about, like suit-wise, being in the previous game?
Yeah, like I don't know what suits are in the previous game that haven't made it into this one yet.
Okay, here is a link that I found.
Perfect.
So I'll post it in here, and I'm gonna post it in Emblem's chat because this has all the suits listed from the Battle Op game.
Jesus.
Yeah, like there's a lot that we still don't have.
Wow, that actually sounds pretty cool then. Which there's a lot of the from what I understood, there's a lot of the duplicate suits being on both sides where
Right.
they're pretty much. So we
Right,
probably
because
won't
it was
see a
faction
lot
locked.
of we probably won't see
Right.
the stuff for the faction equivalents.
Right. The faction lock, seeing how it's not faction locked anymore in this game, which means that we may not see a few of them, or they'll just change them.
Possibly. But yeah,
Hmm.
Emblem, anything you want to see or you think's coming?
Honestly, like I still want to see the GOG, and like not even like a meme. I would really like to get a new low cost raid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'd be cool. But so
We
yeah,
really need it.
anybody have any other final thoughts? I figured we could go ahead and just wrap this up.
I was like quickly going through that list. That other game has a lot.
Yeah. Well, remember, some of them are technically duplicates of a few things. So,
Yeah, I kind of noticed with the Like, there's like 2 different ones that say weapon rack or something.
Well, we still don't have the Easy 8 weapon rack.
Assuming we even get
That
it.
would, yeah.
Well, that banner was definitely showing that there could be a possibility of it.
That'd be kind of interesting.
Monsters saying GM Quell raid 450 to 500. I actually don't know what that one is.
Oh, a Jim Quell was from Jim Quell was post 0083.
Oh, okay.
The Jim Quell was like in between 83 and Zeta. So that would be during what side story would that be considered?
Oh, is that is it from a game?
I don't think so.
Possibly, but I think it's more of a manga.
Oh, okay.
Trying to remember what manga that would be between 83 and Zeta.
It just sucks all these suits I keep hearing about, and it's from games. And I'm like, oh, I never had that as a kid, so I don't know the
Hey,
stories.
I mean, that's how I am with some of these suits. Like, I never knew about them.
But he also says the GM Sniper 3,
Jim Sniper 3. Hello?
which I'm pretty sure I know what suit that is, so I would not be against it.
And Night Seeker 2. Now it looks like the same version of the Night Seeker. Oh. What? Oh, it has its own custom beam rifle. Oh, that's interesting. So if they ever put the Night Seeker version 2 in, then they'll probably have its beam saber, or not beam saber, beam rifle in its ticket shop, which would be interesting.
But
Okay, I was thinking, I guess it's not the suit I was thinking of, the Sniper 3. I was thinking of the Jim Sniper 3 high mobility type.
I have to look that up.
Oh yeah, and then like we still have to get the
Is
GBO2
that
the MLRS type, which is the
Yes,
missile
please.
variant.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
I wonder if we will get it though.
Support. There it is.
The MLS, yeah, it was I think it was a support type in the past game. I'll have to double check with Maelstrom on a few things because I remember he.
Oh, he just linked me the quill. Okay. Oh, maybe I have seen either a picture of this or a model of the quill.
And then this is the MLRS type of the GPO2.
It's not bad actually. I'd definitely be down for a Sniper 3 Hymo though.
Yeah, I'll have to look that one up. Sounds pretty cool.
Multiple rocket or
First dodge roll that
multiple
we get for support.
Right. Apparently the Shimoda custom had a dodge roll.
Interesting.
The Sniper custom, was that the Sniper custom Shimoda? Yeah, the Shimoda was a Sniper custom, I believe.
Showed up in one scene.
Let me
And
double
at the
check
very
that.
end of 0083. Oh, if that's Stardust, then I'll be watching that.
There you go.
Sniper custom Shimoda. Believe the Shimoda, the Shimoda custom actually had a set of missile launchers on its back. So
Shimoda custom.
Yeah, that I think they now that I'm thinking about it, I think they had it as a support type.
Like I said, I'll take any supports I can get.
It's just, yep, because I just found a picture of a and there's a different Zigok. Oh, it's the Ram Zigok. Yeah, and that's another Zigok type that we don't have is the Ram Zigok in the from the first game. And apparently that thing was a monster fully upgraded from the hangar. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. So the Shimoda Custom and the Ramzagok may be a double banner. So that'll be interesting.
That'd be kind of cool.
So which means that we'd finally get another Zigok type. My guess is that they're probably going to be 400 to 450.
But anyway, yeah, I figure that Emblem will probably have his headset back on here in a second. So if we want to, we can go ahead and start wrapping things up. Do you guys want to go ahead and, I mean, any final thoughts? And if Emblem can hear us, does he have any?
I guess we kind of hit everything. I can't really think of any.
Yeah, I mean we've covered everything we plan to cover. So
Well, I do have one important message for Emblem that I have to relay to him whenever he has his headset back.
We're good.
Very good.
Mhm.
All right. I have the most important message, and it's special request. When is nap time?
I have no idea.
Oh my gosh.
When's nap time?
Yep.
Apparently, we got a nap army going.
but yeah, anyway, we can go ahead and start with outros and stuff. Who wants to go first? Chad, you want to go? Or Emblem?
I don't mind. We can go in order. So yeah, thank you again for having me here on the Downtime podcast for sure. It's always nice to get together and talk about Gundam battle cooperation and all that good jazz. It's a very interesting game, and I always think it's interesting to be able to talk about and discuss the different parts of the game, and everybody always has different perspectives on all sorts of different stuff. And
Including
it's
how
always
rank
kind of
went.
fun to see. Yeah, so it's fun to see like everyone's different take on a particular suit and stuff like that. Even though I'm sad that my headset was dying, it didn't give me an indication that the battery was running low until it just kaputted. So I'll have to make sure that on Tuesday mornings I get my headset hooked up before I go to work, so there's no problem with that. But it shouldn't be too big of an issue going forward. But I digress. If for anybody that's watching from the tubes, there should be information underneath the stream, but or underneath the video or whatever. But you can always catch me at twitch.tv/GamingEmblem. We have the lowest octane gameplay on all of Twitch. We will put you to sleep. You can come check us out. I usually stream most days of the week. Usually off on Thursdays or whatever, just working on stuff / catching up on sleep. So let's have fun here.
Hey, Chad, you want to go?
Yep. I want to say thanks for having me on here. I've never been part of a podcast, so maybe next time, maybe I should have like notes ready, to know exactly what I want to say. But it's pretty good. I do like hearing different perspectives on stuff like I'm was saying. It's a very good time. But yeah, I'm just here to goof around pretty much,
No pun intended.
No. But no, that's all for me tonight. I don't really had too much to say at this time. That was fun. Hopefully, I'll be around again.
Cool. But yeah, I'll have his information posted in the description for the video. So, but yeah, Maniac, you're up.
Well, my name's GndmManiac. You can catch me on Twitch, twitch.tv/GndmManiac. I do multiple things, I guess. Just similar stuff as to Emblem and stuff like that. I'll probably try to stream sometime more often. I gotta get back to it. Other than that, I guess Thank you for having me on, as always. Even though I showed up hella late. Sleeping.
It's always like 30 minutes of pre setup anyway. So
Right.
Yes, something
There's
happens.
technical difficulties, anyways, in the back. Mostly in the writing.
Anyway, I guess that's all from me. I can't really think of anything else.
Okay, and I'm Magnum. I've got Twitch channel, twitch.tv/EG_Magnum. I've got a YouTube channel and Discord and stuff. Just go to the Twitch page, just scroll down, you can find all that stuff. I play pretty much just about anything, and whenever I go to a new game, I'll be streaming it. So GBO2, definitely a thing. Rank took me away from pretty much everything there for a week, so it's kind of fun getting to something else or getting back to old things. But yeah, as always though, I try to do dailies. Probably gonna be doing some of that again tomorrow, or jumping back into other things. But other than that, yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, so guys, thanks for coming. And if you're watching this on YouTube, like, comment, subscribe, all that jazz. And if you'd like to hear us talk about something, leave that in the comments. But as always, thanks for watching. Have a good one. Peace, guys.
So